two-day international online conference on emerging ideologies and trends in English language, literature, and cultural studies. We are honored to be a part of this special event, and it's my privilege to welcome all of you to this elite gathering. Kindly make yourself comfortable in your seats. Our guests of honor of today's inaugural session are arriving in few minutes. Kindly maintain silence throughout the session. This two-day seminar shall enlighten all of us with various theories and practices in literary studies. Maintain silence throughout the session. This two-day seminar shall enlighten all of us with various theories and practices in literary studies. So our guests are arriving. Maintain silence throughout the session. They are being welcomed outside. This two-day seminar shall enlighten all of us with various theories and practices in literary studies. So our guests are arriving. Dear participants, please join me in maintain silence throughout the session when they enter the auditorium. They are being welcomed outside. This two-day seminar shall enlighten all of us with various theories and practices in literary studies. Dear audience, let's all stand up and give a big hand to extend a mind-blowing welcome to the dignitaries who are on stage with us today. Dear participants, please join me in maintain silence throughout the session when they enter the auditorium. They are being welcomed outside. This two-day seminar shall enlighten all of us with various theories and practices in literary studies. I extend a very audience. Let's all stand up and give a big hand to extend a mind-blowing welcome and all the dignitaries who share the moment with their presence. Dear participants, please join me in maintain silence throughout the session when they enter the auditorium. They are being welcomed outside. Before we get started, let me throw light on the speciality of this conference. This two-day seminar shall enlighten all of us with various theories and practices in literary studies. KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore. I extend a very audience. Let's all stand up and give a big hand to extend a mind-blowing welcome and all the dignitaries who share the moment with their presence. Participants, please join me in maintain silence throughout the session. Indeed, I am very excited to know that it has attracted some of the world's eminent speciality of this and also this two-day seminar from various states of India. With such a diverse and dynamic representation among our participants, let's not wait to kickstart the event with a formal inauguration commencing with our traditional lighting of Kuttuvilakku. May I request our dignitaries on stage to kindly light the lamp and mark the inauguration of the event. Dear fraternity from English departments of various colleges, let's be reminded of Tagore's poem, Where the Mind is Without Fear, while these flames flutter with prayerful illumination. Let this flame lit by Mr. C. Rajan, Secretary of our college, to lead us to the place where our mind is without fear. Let this flame lit by our principle lead us to the place where words come out from the depth of truth. Let this flame lit by our head of the department lead us to the place where tireless striving stretches its arms towards perfection. Let this flame lit by Dr. T.C. Mahesh lead us to the place where the mind is lit towards knowledge, where knowledge is free. Let this flame lead us to the place where the mind is led forward by Thee, O Lord, the Almighty. Thank you, dear madams and sirs, for spiritually inaugurating the two-day learning opportunity of this fantastic forum. To formally welcome all of you for giving us the gift of your presence, we have a very special person waiting online. It's my privilege to invite Dr. R. Sumati, Assistant Professor, Department of English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Ma'am, voice is not audible.
Ma'am, it's mic on. Please mic on, ma'am. Sumati, ma'am.
Turn on to mic, ma'am.
We are made for goodness. We are made for love. We are made for all of the beautiful things that you and I know. We are made to tell the world that there are no outsiders. Morning greetings to all. It is my privilege and honor to welcome you all to a two-day international online conference on emerging ideologies and the trends in English language, literature, and cultural studies, with the aim of sharing and enhancing the knowledge of the English language, literature, and cultural studies, which is an emerging academic discipline, combines political, economy, communication, sociology, social theory, literary theory, media theory, film studies, cultural anthropology, philosophy, art history, criticism, etc., to study cultural phenomena in various societies in association with the Department of English, aided Vivekananda College, Kanyakumari. I would like to welcome our versatile and talented Chief Patron, Mr. C. Rajan, And I warmly welcome to the Wonder Woman, who is an inspiration at their work, The Mystic in Society, Dr. C.A. Vasuki, who made this event possible. And my hearty welcome to the patrons, Dr. C. Rajashekar, Principal, Vivekananda College, Kanyakumari, and Dr. M. Lakshmanaswamy, Principal, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore. Friendship is a bond everyone treasures and celebrates. Sparks made a burning fire. A simple phone conversation with her makes this grand event possible. I like to present my hearty welcome to my dear friend, Professor Dr. K. Sumati Ramalingam, Head the Department of English, Vivekananda College, Kanyakumari. I warmly welcome our pillar of support, Dr. Shobha Ramaswamy, Head the Department of English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College. And I also extend my welcome to Dr. C. Karunakaran, Senior Lecturer, English Language Teaching, Central University of Jaffna, Sri Lanka. Dr. Diwarat L. Pinyothgram, Professor, School of Liberal Arts, Shwantra University, Thailand. Dr. K. Ilango Nadesan, Retired Assistant Professor, Department of English, the American College, Madurai. Dr. C. Suresh Frederick, Associate Professor, Department of English, Bishop Eber College, Trichy. I welcome all the faculty members of the Department of English, Vivekananda College, Kanyakumari, and my dear faculty friends, Department of English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore. So I welcome all the participants, academicians who are connected virtually to enrich knowledge and useful utilization of the time. Once again, I welcome you all. Let's believe in the best and rise above the rest. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. It was indeed a very unique and pleasing welcome note. As a token of respect, let us honor our guests on stage with a shawl. May I request Professor Abhi to kindly take over the session of honoring the guests.
Good morning, all. To pay our due respects, may I request Dr. A. Suresh, Assistant Professor, Vivekananda College, to adorn our Secretary, Mr. C. Rajan, with a shawl. Next, may I request Dr. Sendil Kumar, Assistant Professor, Vivekananda College, to adorn our Principal, Dr. C. Rajashekar, with a shawl. Next, may I request Dr. Sujata, Assistant Professor, Vivekananda College, to adorn our Head of the Department, Dr. Sumati, with a shawl. Next, may I request Mr. Praveen Maria Henry, Assistant Professor, Vivekananda College, to adorn Dr. T.C. Magesh, IQAC Coordinator, with a shawl. Next, may I request Mr. Adi Narayanan, Assistant Professor, Vivekananda College, to adorn Dr. Ilankumar, Head of Tamil Department, with a shawl. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Abhisheka. It's my pleasure to note that our next speaker is a woman with willpower, without whose initiative the event of such magnitude would not have been possible. May I invite Dr. K. Sumati, Associate Professor and Head Department of English, Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM, to kindly deliver the inaugural address.
Esteemed dignitaries, distinguished speakers, elite gathering, eminent scholars, aspiring students, active participants, and technical experts on and off the dais. A very good morning to all of you. I, on behalf of the faculty members of the Department of English and PG and Research Center of English of Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM, and Department of English, PG and Research Center of English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore, owe our gratitude to Mr. C. Rajan, Secretary, Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM, Dr. C. A. Vasugi, Secretary and Director, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Dr. C. Rajashekar, Principal, Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM, Dr. M. Lakshmana Swami, Principal, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, and the keynote speakers, Dr. T. Karunagaran, Senior Lecturer, English Language Teaching Center, University of Jaffna, Sri Lanka, Dr. N. Ilango, Associate Professor, Department of English, the American College, Madurai, Dr. Diravit L. Pinyo-Nathagan, Professor, School for Liberal Arts, Shinwatra University, Thailand, Dr. Suresh Frederick, Associate Professor, Department of English, Bishop Heber College, Trichy, and Dr. Shobhana Ramaswamy, Assistant Professor, Head and Department of English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Dr. R. Sumati, Assistant Professor, Department of English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Dr. P. Chitra, Assistant Professor of Department of KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Dr. P. Sujata, Assistant Professor, Department of English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Dr. P. Sujata, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM, Dr. A. Suresh, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM, Dr. M. Sendil Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM, Mr. H. Praveen Maria Henry, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM, Dr. S. Rajaprabha, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM, Mr. K. Adinarayanan, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM, Mrs. Nitya, Assistant Professor of English, Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM, Dr. K. Kaviyarasu, Assistant Professor of English, Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM, and all the PG faculty members of Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM. We once again owe our sincere gratitude to all of you. The combined effort put forth by the conveners, faculty members, and research scholars, with an immediate consent extended by the secretary and principal, has made the conference all possible. In addition, the positive response shown by the participants has made the conference all successful. Above all, the ready acceptance of the keynote speakers who are about to deliver their scintillating and enlightening speech to the benefit of the online and offline participants is worth mentioning. What is so unique about the conference is that none personally knows each other, except the telephonic conversation and the messages that we have extended. That may be, or that is the success of the digital communication that is emerging nowadays. As far as the title is concerned, we have focused on English language, literature, and cultural studies for the only reason that they could unravel many hidden and unexplored avenues that are yet to be examined, analyzed, and exposed to the students and the research scholars of the present and future. Therefore, furthermore, the above-mentioned three components never bore their doors to updation, growth, exploration, analysis, interpretation, and understanding. English, which had been once the parental language of the Angles, became the language of the colonizers. Next, it attained the status of a world language, global language, language for communication, language of the elitists, and surprisingly now, it has become the language of the newborn babies too. Digital communication, especially after COVID pandemic crisis, has transformed every human into a human gadget, devoid of all the human values. While it creeps and peeps into the screen of social media, it unites the individuals. To unite the individuals concerned, but mostly creates a rift and leads to a permanent gap between them. As far as English language in its association with literature is concerned, it is magnanimous and generous to welcome and accept the existing and emerging theories of various literature and expands its horizons for the learners of the English language. In near future, the student community will prefer only ICT and information communication technology that focuses only on the recorded or live presentation of the individuals concerned. It is quite relevant as well as irrelevant, for it has its own two sides, both positive and negative. Literature, which can be placed on par with English language, is a multifaceted branch of English studies that had been labeled by many academicians and critics as biased, for it takes side with the actual and the real literature and culture of the non-whites, especially in the curriculum of the institutions. The inferences and interpretations that we make on other races, traditions, and culture is quite irrelevant and meaningless, as we are unknown to their race, tradition, culture, customs, and rituals. Hence, a very careful, appropriate attempt should be made while we study and analyze them in our research work. Obtaining PhD nowadays is just like getting a license. Nay, license needs test ride and drive, whereas PhD doesn't need any test like that, except producing and reproducing manipulated records and information. While we take cultural studies into consideration, we can strongly ascertain that it is a complex, queer, and innovative part of the literary journey. It is no doubt that it occupies the significant and a prominent position in the research study. It is quite obvious that it found its origination in Britain in 1950s as a result of Matthew Arnold, a cultural critic of 1850s reaction against liberal humanism and new left orthodox Marxism. As a result, the high and elite culture Reach its peaks in the works of F.R. Lewis and his wife Judy Lewis. Then came Richard Haggart, who had given more importance to working class culture or mass culture than to the elite or high class culture. E.P. Thompson, Raymond Williams, Stuart Hall, Louis Althusser, Antonia Kransky, Pierre Bourdieu, Ziauddin Sardar came out with their own definitions and explanations of culture, and we have come across a lot of other theorists who have come out with their own definitions and explanations of the culture of the various countries. To facilitate the literary aspirants to unravel the mystery lurking under these three factors, we have chosen the title for which we have received enormous support from the participants of our country and other countries. I want to utilize this opportunity to wholeheartedly thank the secretary, the executive members of the committee, principal, faculty members, research scholars, student volunteers of both the institutions and participants in particular. We are looking forward for your academic support and participation in the forthcoming literary programs too. Thank you one and all. Kudos.
Thank you, madam. It was indeed informative and highly thought-provoking. Our next speaker is a multifaceted personality, a researcher, and an author known for the noteworthy translation of Tiruppavi. We are glad to have this vibrant veteran with us online today. May I request Dr. Shobha Ramaswamy, Assistant Professor and Head, Department of English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore, to kindly join us, giving and addressing the audience.
Good morning to one and all present here, and really I'm very, very happy to be at the conference, and such a glowing introduction was made for me. I do not know whether I'll be able to live up to this, but I'd like to speak a few words about the conference. It is a joint venture, and nowadays it is expected of us to do collaborative effort, because then we'll have more exposure to scholars from various fields and from various areas, from various regions also. And this is an interdisciplinary literature, language, and culture. They have become interdisciplinary fields. We have with us so many presenters, about 100 papers. We have got an overwhelming response from various genres and subgenres of the culture. And why do we have culture, literature, and language together? Because with culture is the basis for everything. Language is actually reflects our culture. We can see whenever we speak a certain language without knowing the cultural background, it is difficult to use the language in a appropriate manner. And so far as literature is concerned, it is totally the outgrowth of culture. So that is a relationship between all these. And as I said, it's an interdisciplinary field. And language, literature, and culture, especially literature, reflects the ideologies of the society in which it appears. And the more ideologies there are, it is actually the better, because it gives room for discussion. And all of the recent trends are actually reflections of the thinking in the society. That's why we see that at a certain time, in various parts of the world, we have similar thoughts, their trends. We do not know how they come. Maybe there is an archetypal basis for it, and that could be one of the reasons. And about the collaboration between the departments of English, Vivekananda College, Kanyakumari, and the Department of English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore, I think there must be some sort of telepathic connection because we share, because where is Kanyakumari and where is Coimbatore, but still we share a common ideology, that is the ideology of Swami Vivekananda, which unites us. Of course, we have a special place in the hearts for Kanyakumari because of Swami Vivekananda, and also, I am very much surprised to find that even our professors share names. Like there are two Dr. Sumatis, there are two Dr. Sujatas, there are two Dr. Kavirsus. This must is not a coincidence. And I hope that this leads to further collaborative ventures. And as far as the conference is concerned, it's a 2-day online conference, as we all know, and we have 3 paper presentation sessions, technical sessions, and we have 3 plenary sessions. We are highly honored to have such eminent resource persons such as Dr. T. Karnakaran, Senior Lecturer, English Language Teaching Center, University of Jaffna, Sri Lanka, and Dr. Diravit L. Pinoyatam Garam. So, from the University of in Matara University, Thailand, and Dr. Suresh Frederick from Bishop River College, Trichy, and our very eminent resource person of 2 years back workshop, Dr. N. Go. So wishing the conference all success, and since I am also part of it, I ask for your good wishes also. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, madam, for briefing about the purpose and the area of exploration of our conference. Thank you, dear ma'am. As the next event, may I call upon Dr. C. Rajashekar, Principal of Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM, and very amicable and dynamic administrator, to kindly deliver the presidential address.
Good morning. Distinguished resource persons of the day, Dr. N. Ilango, Associate Professor of English, the American College, Madurai, and Dr. T. Karnakaran, Senior Lecturer, English Language Teaching Center, University of Jaffna, Sri Lanka. Respected Madam Dr. R. Sumadi, Assistant Professor, Department of English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College. Respected Madam Dr. K. Sumadi, Associate Professor, Head, Department of English, Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM. And respected Madam Dr. Soba Ramasamy, Assistant Professor and Head, Department of English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, and respected IQC Coordinator Dr. T.C. Magesh, and respected HOD Dr. K. Ilangamar, HOD Department of Tamil, and beloved Secretary of Vivekananda Educational Society, Mr. C. Rajan, respected Principal of KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore, Dr. M. Lakshmanaswamy, faculty members and students of the Department of English, Vivekananda College, Kanyakumari, and KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore, land scholars and participants across the world, good morning, one and all. I am happy to preside over this 2-day online international conference on emerging ideologies and trends in English language, literature, and cultural studies, jointly organized by Vivekananda College and KONGUNADU Arts and Science College. This conference is a great venture by the Department of English, Vivekananda College, and it is the first program organized in collaboration with the other institutions. I thank the management of KONGUNADU Arts and Science College for accepting our proposal of collaboration. This online conference, no doubt, is an eye-opener and the need of the hour. Scholars from English language and literature across the world gather here to share their expertise and innovative findings in the realms of teaching, learning English language and literature. I welcome the idea of including cultural studies as part of the conference theme. Culture is an integral part of life and literature. The pandemic has paved way to a new culture, and it is the responsibility of the literature scholar to look into these newly emerged cultures and bring out the pros and cons of them to make better society. I hope this conference would also discuss on the same. I appreciate and congratulate the conveners, Dr. K. Sumadi, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Vivekananda College, Dr. R. Sumadi, Assistant Professor of English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, for establishing this academic collaboration. My best wishes for the organizing team and the participants. Thank you.
Thank you for your thought-provoking speech, respected sir. With such a glittering and outstanding set of resource persons and scholars, it is our privilege to release the Book of Abstracts for our two-day international online conference. May I request our secretary, Mr. C. Rajan, to kindly release the book, and may I request our principal to kindly receive the first copy of the Book of Abstracts. I request the audience to please stand up and give a big hand, marking the importance of this event. Thank you, Madam and Sirs. Our next speaker is an eminent personality who has led our organization to various summits. He believes in the high potential of our department and constantly keeps motivating us to march ahead in all our academic endeavors. May I request Mr. C. Rajan, the Secretary of our college, to kindly felicitate the inauguration of the two-day international online conference.
நமது விவேகானந்தா கல்லூரி ஆங்கிலத்துறையும் கொங்குநாடு கலை அறிவியல் கல்லூரி கோயம்புத்தூர் ஆங்கிலத்துறையும் இணைந்து நடத்தும் 2 நாட்கள் இன்டர்நேஷனல் கான்பரன்ஸ் நிகழ்ச்சிக்கு வரவேற்புரை வழங்கிய ஆங்கிலத்துறை உதவி பேராசிரியர் டாக்டர் சுமதி கொங்குநாடு ஆர்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் சயின்ஸ் காலேஜ் கோயம்புத்தூர், தொடக்க உரை வழங்கிய ஆங்கிலத்துறை தலைவர் டாக்டர் சுமதி விவேகானந்தா கல்லூரி அகஸ்தீஸ்வரம், விளக்குரை அளித்த ஆங்கிலத்துறை தலைவர் டாக்டர் சோபா ராமசுவாமி கொங்குநாடு ஆர்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் சயின்ஸ் காலேஜ் கோயம்புத்தூர், தலைமை உரை ஆற்றி அமர்ந்திருக்கின்ற விவேகானந்தா கல்லூரிய முதல்வர் டாக்டர் ராஜசேகர் அவர்களுக்கும் கருத்தரங்கு தொடர்பான நிகழ்வுகளை வழங்கி பெற்றுக்கொண்ட விவேகானந்தா கல்லூரிய முதல்வர் டாக்டர் ராஜசேகர் அவர்களுக்கும், இங்கே வாழ்த்துறை வழங்க இருக்கின்ற உதவி பேராசிரியர் ஐக்யூசி கோஆர்டினேட்டர் விவேகானந்தா கல்லூரிய பேராசிரியர் டாக்டர் TC மகேஷ் அவர்களுக்கும், ஆங்கிலத்துறை உதவி பேராசிரியர் டாக்டர் சித்ரா கொங்குநாடு ஆர்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் சயின்ஸ் காலேஜ் கோயம்புத்தூர் அவர்களுக்கும், சிறப்புரை வழங்க இருக்கின்ற ஆங்கிலத்துறை இணை பேராசிரியர் டாக்டர் N இளங்கோ அமெரிக்கன் காலேஜ் மதுரை அவர்களுக்கும், மற்றும் இங்கே நன்றி உரை வழங்க இருக்கின்ற ஆங்கிலத்துறை பேராசிரியர் டாக்டர் P சுஜாதா கொங்குநாடு ஆர்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் சயின்ஸ் கல்லூரி கோயம்புத்தூர் அவர்களுக்கும், மற்றும் ஆசிரியர் பெருமக்களுக்கும், தமிழ் துறையினுடைய தலைவர் டாக்டர் இளங்குமார் அவர்களுக்கும், ஆசிரியர் பெருமக்களுக்கும், ஆசிரியர் அல்லாத பணியாளர்களுக்கும், மாணவ செல்வங்களுக்கும் காலை வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். நமது விவேகானந்தா கல்லூரியில் நடைபெறுகின்ற Merging Ideologies and Trends in English Language, Literature and Cultural Studies ப்ரோக்ராம் நிகழ்ச்சிக்கு, அதாவது ஆங்கில மொழி இலக்கியம் பண்பாடு சார்ந்த இன்டர்நேஷனல் ப்ரோக்ராம் 2 நாட்கள் இங்கே நடைபெறுகிறது. இதெல்லாம் இங்கே மாணவர்கள் நிறைய ஆய்வு கட்டுரைகளை எழுத வேண்டும். நீங்கள் எல்லாம் ஆய்வுகளை மேற்கொள்ள வேண்டும். அந்த எண்ணத்தில் தான் நம்முடைய ஆங்கிலத்துறை நம்முடைய விவேகானந்தா கல்லூரி ஆங்கிலத்துறை இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியை நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கிறது. தன்னுடைய நெஞ்சில் பட்ட நியாயத்தை யாருக்கும் அஞ்சாமல் துணிந்து சொல்லுகின்ற ஆற்றல் படைத்த விவேகானந்தா கல்லூரிய ஹைசோடி டாக்டர் சுமதி அவர்களும் மற்றும் ஆங்கிலத்துறை சார்ந்த ஆசிரிய பெருமக்களும் அனைவரும் ஒத்துழைப்போடு இந்த நிகழ்ச்சி நடைபெறுகிறது. இங்கு நடைபெறுகின்ற இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியானது மாணவ மாணவிகளுக்கெல்லாம் பயனுள்ளதாக அமைய வேண்டும். இது போன்ற நிகழ்ச்சிகள் மூலம்தான் மாணவருடைய அறிவுதிறன் வளரும். இது ஒரு ஆய்வு. இந்த ஆய்வு என்றால் என்ன? ஆய்வு என்றால் நம்முடைய ஆராய்ச்சி என்றால் இதுவரைக்கும் ஆராய்ச்சி பூர்வமாக நிரூபிக்கப்பட்ட உண்மைகள். அறிவியல் என்பது ஒரு கதவு. அந்த கதவு திறக்கப்படும் போதுதான் மூடி கிடக்கின்ற பல்வேறு கதவுகள் திறக்கப்படுகின்றன. ஒற்றை முடிய வைத்து இது ஆணா பெண்ணா எத்தனை வயது என்று பார்க்கின்ற அளவிற்கு நம் நாடு ஆராய்ச்சியில் உயர்ந்துள்ளது. ஒரு காலத்தில் உணவுக்காக வெளிநாடுகளில் கையேந்தி நின்ற நம் நாடு இன்றைக்கு உலக நாடுகளுக்கே உணவு வழங்கும் நாடாக உயர்ந்துள்ளது என்று சொன்னால் அதற்கு காரணம் கல்விதான். மனிதர்கள் ஆதி காலத்தில் கைவிரலை முடக்கியும் மணலிலே எழுதி கூட்டவும் கழிக்கவும் செய்தார்கள். பின்னால் கால்குலேட்டரையும் கம்ப்யூட்டரையும் கண்டுபிடித்தார்கள். இன்றைக்கு கம்ப்யூட்டரை எடுத்துக்கொண்டால் கம்ப்யூட்டர் செய்கின்ற பணிகளை எல்லாம் இறைவனால் உருவாக்கப்படவில்லை, மனிதனால் உருவாக்கப்பட்டவை. ஆனால் அதற்கு தேவையான அனைத்து மூலப்பொருட்களும் இறைவனால் உருவாக்கப்பட்டவை. அன்று மண்ணிலிருந்து நிலாவை கூப்பிட்டான், இன்றைக்கு அதே நிலாவில் காலடி எடுத்து வைத்து விட்டான் என்று சொன்னால் அதற்கு காரணம் அறிவியலும் ஆராய்ச்சியும் தான். நம் நாடு சுதந்திரம் அடைந்த போது 9 அறிஞர்கள் நம் நாட்டில் இருந்தார்கள். இன்றைக்கு ஆயிரக்கணக்கான அறிஞர்களும் விஞ்ஞானிகளும் நம் நாட்டில் இருக்கிறார்கள். ஆகவே மாணவ செல்வங்களே, நீங்களும் அறிஞராக, விஞ்ஞானியாக, ஒரு பெரிய ஆய்வாளராக இந்த உலகத்திற்கும் இந்த நாட்டிற்கு நீங்கள் வர வேண்டும் என்று உங்களை வாழ்த்தி வணங்கி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you, sir, for sharing very interesting facts with us and highlighting the importance of research. As the next event, I'm glad to invite Dr. T.C. Mahesh, Assistant Professor of Zoology, IQAC Coordinator, Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM, to kindly felicitate the inauguration.
Very good morning, one and all. Now we gathered here, Vivekananda College, Department of English, in association with KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore, organized a very good online international conference, the emerging ideologies and trends in English language, culture, and literature. First of all, the program welcome address by Dr. R. Sumadi, Assistant Professor, Department of English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore. Inaugural address by Dr. K. Sumadi, Associate Professor and Guide, Department of English, Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM. And about the conference by Shobha Ramaswamy, Assistant Professor, Head Department of English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore. And the presidential address by Dr. C. Rajasekhar, Principal, Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM, and release the abstract and conference proceeding through C. Rajan, Secretary, Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM, and the Secretary and Director, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Dr. C.A. Vasugi, Executive Members of Vivekananda Educational Society, and Principal, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Dr. M. Lakshmanaswamy, and very good eminent resource persons, Dr. C. Karnagaran, Dr. Hiravat, Dr. K. Ilango, and Dr. C. Suresh Frederick, conveners of the conference, Dr. K. Sumadi and Dr. R. Sumadi, and faculty members, scholars and students. Good morning to all. I feel privileged to felicitate a speech in the International Conference on Emerging Ideologies and Trends in English Language, Literature and Cultural Studies. English is taught all over the world in schools, colleges and universities. Language helps students to develop textual analysis skills of various literary works. The written art form of intellectual value is literature. Language and literature helps to develop critical thinking skills, improve oral fluency and writing skill. Literature is an expression of culture. It documents human knowledge, belief and behavior. I also reflects both historical events and the culture of community of the country. Language and literature are the components of the civilized society. The title of the conference is apt in the modern days, as it may help to understand human lives among the diversities and discriminations. I appreciate the Department of English of Vivekananda College and KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore, to jointly organizing the international conference, opting the right resource persons. I pray the Almighty for the sole success of the conference and wish the departments jointly organize many more conference and seminars in the coming days. Once again, I thank to our Department of English, especially Coordinator and Convener Dr. K. Sumadi, and KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore, Convener. I thank my Coordinator IQSC. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you for your highly informative speech, sir. Now it's time to move on with the rest of our agenda. As we have reached the end of our inaugural function, it is my duty to thank all the participants for being such an awesome and energetic audience. Thank you for being with us and giving us a reason to smile. Dear participants, we understand your eagerness to attend the plenary sessions of our distinguished resource persons. Let us plunge into the session 1 of today immediately. So may I request Dr. P. Chitra, Assistant Professor, Department of English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore, to kindly introduce the resource person of our plenary session 1.
Good morning to all. My voice is audible?
Yes, ma'am.
To be inspired is great, but to be an inspiration is an honor. I am profusely overjoyed to take this opportunity to introduce the chief guest for the plenary session 1, Dr. N. Ilango, Associate Professor of English, the American College, Madurai, has a natural passion for teaching drama, poetry, and media studies. He has been motivating students for the past 34 years to inculcate with a flair for literary knowledge for the students' community. He has been training his students in communicative skills, creative imagination, and abilities to work as a team by staging classics such as Shakespeare, Webster, Samuel Beckett, and Girish Karnad under the banner of Fourth Wall Theatre since 1988. He is the founder and director of the Fourth Wall Theatre. He has and 2 book chapters. He acted as a resource person and delivered guest lectures and served as a chairperson in several national, international conferences and seminars, and also served as resource person for more than 50 workshops on direction, acting and film appreciation, and staged 12 classics including 7 of Shakespeare. All the world's a stage and all the men and women merely players. Now I would like to request our distinguished and dynamic professor, Dr. N. Ilango, who is legend in the field of theatre and theatricals. Sir, now take over the session. Sir, please.
Thank you, my dear Chitra Kamar ma'am.
Thank you,
I'm
sir.
audible to all of you. Thank you.
Yes, sir, audible, sir.
Thank you so much for giving such elaborate introduction to me. I should live up to that. Respected patrons of KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore, and Vivekananda College, Kanyakumari, conveners of this beautiful function, very important topic you have chosen, and delegates, participants, professors. Thanks for this opportunity to interact with you. Thank you very much. And when I was asked to speak on the topic related to the 2 units here, what came to my mind immediately was culture studies. You see, in the moonlit river of Sindhu, accompanied by Carolite women, singing in the mellifluous Telugu, let us roam and roaming around. சிந்தனரியின் இசை இரவினிலே சேரன் நாட்டியம் பெண்களுடனே சுந்தர கிளிங்கினில் பாட்டிசைத்து தோணிகள் ஓட்டிகளை ஆடி வருவோம். கங்கை நதிப்புறத்து கோதுமை பண்டம் காவி வெற்றிலைக்கு நாடு கொள்வோம். சிங்க மராட்டியரிடம் கவிதை தந்து சேரத்து தந்தங்கள் பரிசளிப்போம். மகாகவி பாரதியார் goes on and on, typical of the cultural and linguistic diversity of this land, and emerging from this Republic of India with all its linguistic and cultural diversity, we must know why today there are certain notorious attempts to neutralize all these individual identities into a so-called national identity. We are a federal state, my dear friends, young ones here and academicians and scholars. We have to understand that we are a federal state with all of us, like a rainbow, like a kaleidoscopic vision. We present ourselves as a democratic, secular nation, brushing shoulders all the major religions: Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, Jainism, to name a few. All the major religions of the world, Judaism, all the major religions of the world function simultaneously, brushing their shoulders towards a prospective future. This is what India has been always. So it is now the time for academia to step in and stop any such attempt made in order to tarnish this beautiful image of India. So I chose this topic, cultural diversity. I asked the basic question. I asked very basic question: culture. Does the word culture emerge from? Does the word culture emerge from the etymology cult, or does it emerge from something like cultura, or is it cultures? That is the basic question we all have to ask. The basic question we have to ask is, does the word culture emerge from cultura or cultures? That is the question. And when we ask this question, we have to understand that culture, as the arts and other manifestations of human intellectual achievements regarded collectively, the ideas, customs, and social behavior of a particular people or society. This word culture actually has originated from the word cultura. You see, cultura takes us to this. Cultura takes us to this kind of cultivation. You see, it takes us to cultivation, agrarian revolution, agrarian communities. That is what we have to remember. Shakespeare's Macbeth opens with a locale which he calls heath. The heath is an uncultivated tract. Shakespeare compares that with an irreligious mind. So the basic question is, does the word culture originate from cult or cultura? If it is cult, then no one can change it. It is not progressive. It belongs to only a small group of people, what we can call as occultism. Or else, if it begins with, etymologically, if it has originated from the word cultura, then culture is something which we have to cultivate. This cultural studies includes history, mythology, anthropology, psychology, sociology, and whatnot. All these things together make the culture possible. So, in that context, we ask a basic question. Recently, in 2017, there was an uprising in Marina Beach, which spread all over Tamilnadu. It is popularly came to be known as Jallikattu rising. You see, if you take this Jallikattu rising, then we will understand that even today in the websites, you have many iconic images pertaining to that Jallikattu rising. One of the images tells us, I have this PPT here, but can you present somebody from there, or shall I present the PPT here? Yeah. Do you see my screen now? Do you see my screen now? All right. I have the PPT sent to your college. Anytime you can use it. Anytime and you can use it. No problem.
Sir,
no problem.
When you share your screen, it is visible. After sharing your screen, I think you need to select the PowerPoint presentation. Sir.
No problem. This is my. I have this. Shall I open my entire, or a tab, or a window? Which form should I present it? My entire screen? Yeah, come to it.
Once again, please share your screen, sir. Yes, sir. We got your screen shared.
You see that now?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Can somebody help me? Do you see my screen now?
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible. You just click.
My screen is visible. You see my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, sir. We can see the PowerPoint.
Yeah. Thank you so much. You see, we are all techno migrants, digital migrants. So we always the assistance of digital natives like you. Now you see these are the. Do you see the delicate images there? Do you see? Can somebody help me if you see it? Do you see that? Do you see the PPT delicate images there? Can someone help me? Can someone respond? Whether you see it or not?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You see, there are. You see, there are 4 iconic images. The truth behind this Jallikattu festival on the whole is, as it is said, if you storm the Jallikattu arena, Adira Odinal, Mudira Vilayum. You see, if you storm the Jallikattu arena, then prospective generation will come. That is the basic idea of concept of Jallikattu. At the same time, that in the next image, you find a trident there. You try to associate something spiritual, religious with that. Then what happens? Slowly it becomes a political event, and finally it has emerged into such a rising political event. And this is how culture considered all its aspects in it. Someone else has also kept the mic open, it seems. Please ask the person to switch the mic off. Someone has kept the mic open. All right. Now, the etymologies or conflicting etymologies. You have the culture originating from two different things. One is cult. Cult is a type of religion, you see. On the other hand, you have cultura. Cultura means cultivation, cultivating a piece of land. And this is the basic conflict between the two meanings, two extremities. The cult group, the fascists, now they are trying to make our culture a cult. It is not so. We have to sustain a possible, a probable, a habitat in order to maintain a situation suitable for growth. Like democracy, culture is not a destination. Exactly like democracy, culture is always progressive, especially in the post-colonial context. We are all colonized people. We live in an era of post-colonialism. So our culture is consistently being written. If you ask T.S. Eliot would say, tradition is not in the past. Tradition is in the presence of the past. It is in the continuation of the past. This is what we must remember. So culture is being written. Read Homi K. Bhabha's beautiful introduction to the path-breaking book titled Nation and Narration. Homi K. Bhabha talks about dissemination. You see, you have to understand a nation not just as a geographical limitation. வடக்கே இமயமலை, தெற்கே இந்திய பெருங்கடல், கிழக்கே வங்காள விரிகுடா, மேற்கே அரபிக்கடல். That kind of cartography doesn't work in the cultural mapping of a nation, in the demographical, psychographical mapping of a nation. So mapping and cartography has been emerging as a very important study associated with cultural studies. So it is very important that you have chosen this topic. Why this conflict occurs to us? That is the question. When we talk about the pointers may be lexicon and literature towards the meaning of culture. We must understand that society like us, races like us, are all primitive races. We are governed by, we were governed by an oikos called integrated oikos. What is the meaning of the word oikos? Oikos means husbandry, art of household management. Only from this word oikos, both economics and ecology have sprouted out. Am I making myself clear? Oikos means the art of household management. We do have a word for that in Tamil. It is called samsari. Samsari is not the one who just has a wife. Samsaram irundal samsari என்று நாம் கொள்ளக்கூடாது. Samsari is a person who should have land, flora and fauna, along with his wife and kids, you see, to maintain. So in the primitive times, it was not disintegrated like today's life. Today, we compartmentalize profession from household and temple from household, entertainment from art and literature from temple, forms of worship. They are all segmentized today. But for the primitive man to maintain his household, when he set forth for agricultural duties or seed picking, food gathering or hunting, he would have offered prayers to his God, to his deity. And his form of prayer would have been dancing and singing. So dancing and singing art, hunting or seed picking profession, and his household, family, everything was integrated then. So he did not differentiate between his God, his profession, his art, his entertainment, his family. And so today we have this confusion with the lexicon, whether religion decides our culture or religion has come out from the culture. We must decide upon, we must conclude upon the second definition, that our religion only has sprouted out from our culture, not culture from religion. So India as a polylinguistic, multilingual phenomenon, it is also a multicultural phenomenon. So our culture is being written. This is what we have to understand. The necessities and aspects of cultural studies also must be understood. Here you see two people on the slide. One is Claude Lévi-Strauss, the greatest cultural anthropologist. You can call him the father of anthropology. And on your right, you have Jesse L. Weston, who was a freelancer, who wrote an excellent book titled From Ritual to Romance. This Claude Lévi-Strauss has written a cute little essay. Read it. It is very much readable. Though dense, the essay is very much readable. The title of the essay is Incest and Myth. I am taking this in order to tell you how the fascists have topsy-turvied the human anthropological practices and culture. That is why by the middle of this frame, I have given two things, hegemony and pedagogy. You see, our pedagogy, our educational system is decided by hegemony, the power corridors. Michel Foucault, a famous linguist, beautifully stated once, students, I too have been brought up by my teachers with the proverbial statement that knowledge is power. This is the proverbial statement which my professors like R.P. Nair or Dr. Paul L. Love brought me up with. But Michel Foucault says that not only knowledge gives you power, sometimes, today more often than not, power decides what knowledge is. You see, it is not knowledge is power. It is power decides what knowledge is. We read English. Most of the people in the world speak English because British colonies were both in East and West. That's the reason. And Shakespeare was there. Literature was flourishing. So English could win. This is the colonial impact partly. Then English developed itself into a technical language, a scientific language, a trade language, and so became an official language. So our culture, our education is being written. We have to rewrite them. We have to reproduce our culture quite often. Ayappa Panikar would say, while shooting your branches far and wide like a banyan tree, you also should shoot your branches down to see fresh mandate from Mother Earth. You see, நமது கிளைகளை அகலமாக விரிக்கும் பொழுது ஒரு ஆலமரத்தை போல நமது கிளைகளை அகலமாக விரிக்கும் பொழுது நமது விழுதுகளை மண்ணுக்கும் செலுத்தி வேர்களை அடிக்கடி சாரித்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டும் என்று மலையாள கவிஞர், எழுத்தாளர், ஆசிரியர், மொழிபெயர்ப்பாளர், எனது ஆஸ்தான ஆத்மகுரு ஐயப்ப பணிக்கர் சொல்வது உண்டு. Like shooting the branch like a banyan tree, far and wide, while shooting it, we should also send the shoots, send the branches down into the earth to seek fresh mandate from Mother Earth. Like that, quite often we should check and recheck our culture dissemination, to check which one has been hegemonically imposed upon us. We are standing in a very crucial era of Indian democracy, my dear friends. So we have to learn lessons from such people like Lord Lloyd Strauss. Have you ever asked this question? Why Seneca and Euripides have never been, almost never been. So you have Shakespeare. We talk about Aristotle, Aristotelian tragedy. How often do we talk about Senecan concept of man? It's just as if on the move, we talk about Senecan tragedy as a revenge tragedy. But do we really ask the vital question, what Seneca talked about, defined as Stoicism? When we are asked to define Stoicism, or when we are asked to define skepticism, we just say non-believers or passively suffering. Stoicism actually insists upon the nobility of individual self. So the statement Seneca was making was indirectly talking against the system and the Aristotelian tragedy concept of obeying the system, man as predestined, which later on in 20th century Bertolt Brecht vehemently opposed. Bertolt Brecht even refused to call his works as tragedies. He chose rather the expression epic theatre because Aristotelian concept of tragedy expected man to obey his fate. It advocated that man was predestined, man cannot alter. This is the idea. Similarly, you have Sophocles, often prescribed in your drama paper or classical literature paper. You have Sophocles, and also Aeschylus is very famous even in Hollywood films. But have you ever asked this question, why Euripides is not prescribed in universities and pedagogies? You know something? Seneca sought the permission from the emperor to commit suicide. It was a legal procedure during Roman times. Since Seneca was accused of talking against the system, there was treason charge against him. So Seneca opted for committing suicide. He cut the vein in his hand and died. And Euripides opted to leave Greece, and he spent the rest of his life in exile, self-imposed exile. That was how Euripides was able to survive the anarchy of fascism, because Euripides also was talking, like Seneca, the individual free will. That is why even today, following the classical concept of pedagogy, we don't have either Euripides or Seneca prescribed. Rather than prescribing Seneca's play Oedipus, we prescribe Sophoclean play Oedipus, because Oedipus makes a cultural statement. What is the cultural statement? If you try to surmount fate, you will end up with a horrendous fate, even or more horrendous than the original one. You know what happened to Oedipus? When Oedipus was born, the oracle said that Oedipus would kill his father and bring disaster to his city. Oedipus was cast away, but grown-up Oedipus came to know somehow that his fathers, foster fathers, were there, and he set forth to search for his real biological genetic fathers, father and mother, parents. And on the way, not knowing that he was confronted by his father, he killed his father, and he saved the city from the monster Sphinx, which was at the gates of the city, casting riddle and seizing the entire city. When Oedipus came there, he broke the riddle. He solved the riddle cast by Sphinx. But teachers will teach about the Oedipus myth. Don't have time for that now. You see, so since he solved the riddle cast by Sphinx, Sphinx died and Oedipus saved the city. And so the city, kingless city, you see, fatherless city, welcomed Oedipus, and Oedipus married the queen and ruled and begot children. You know whom did he marry? The queen whom he married was actually his mother. So the city was struck by pestilence. Finally, Oedipus ends up with a fate which is more horrifying than the original fate. So it was making a pedagogical statement designed by Hegemony that if you try to disobey the system, if you try to surmount fate, if you try to defy the destiny, then you will end up with something which is more horrifying than the original destiny itself. This is what. Now, what does Claude Lévi-Strauss do? It is incest and myth. In his incest and myth, Claude Lévi-Strauss finds out a similarity, a connecting thread between Oedipus, riddle, Sphinx, and the Armenian clowns. Here is the turning point. Who were the original Armenian clowns? They were a tribe. We don't have them now. You see, they were a tribe. These were the children born out of incestuous relationship. You see, the primitive society, there was incest abolition, incest prohibition. So, when a girl came of age, they will send the girl or send away the boy, adult. They will just drive away, drive out of the tribe. Then these people would move around and they would marry in some other, into or in some other tribe. So consanguineous relationship developed as something against marriage inside the filial order. Consanguineous. The relationship developed consanguineous, you see, through the line of marriage. So marriage between different tribes was advocated in those days. If there were some accident and children were born out of filial relationship, incestuous relationship within the tribe, then the children would be driven out. And these children together, they formed a clown tribe. These clowns naturally were well versed in designing riddles. புதிர் போடுவது அவர்களுக்கு கைவந்த கலையாக இருந்தது. They were so well versed in casting riddles because their life in itself was a riddle. So now Claude Lévi-Strauss finds a thread. The Sphinx is a monster. It has a female face, bird's wings, and lion's body. And Oedipus married his mother and begot children. And the incestuous children, Armenian clowns, were driven out. Oedipus also solved a riddle. So, having this riddle as an underlying thread, Claude Lévi-Strauss pointed out that Oedipus myth was a cultural statement. They wanted people to go away and marry with people of another tribe. Claude Lévi-Strauss beautifully, succinctly makes the statement, a precise statement. It takes two to create a society. But what is happening now? Today, in the name of honor killing, you see, people are forced to marry within their tribe. They call that tradition. It is a hegemonic statement. It is not so. Our primitive tribe never encouraged marrying within a tribe. That is. So, Oedipus returning is perceived as the return of the hero. We know very well in the Oedipus myth that Oedipus, the child, was cast away. But after the child was cast away, how many children did Jocasta, the queen, have by the father, by her husband? None. Which means the king was a fertile, king was not fertile. The king was an aged king. The king was a sterile, the king became sterile. So for the land, Oedipus was required. Oedipus returned as a hero, return of the hero. So that is disobeying the fate. Oedipus returns to save the world, and he becomes prolific. He begets children, and in that process, he becomes a tragic hero. He dies. Jesse L. Weston points out in the concept of return of the hero as the harvest rituals. Unless we read such myths and disseminate them, deconstruct them culturally as mythemes, as we do semimes, as mythemes, we have to dissect them, whether it is Pillai myth or Oedipus myth. We have to dissect them and understand in order to understand what really our culture is. You see, this is very important. So, cultural studies helps to understand the non-literary modes of cultural productions, such as music. You know something, in the process of the ruling of the hegemony, ruling of the upper class, what has happened is even certain musical instruments have been brushed aside as low instruments, inauspicious instruments, which should not be played inside the major temples like Meenakshi Amman temple or whatsoever. Certain musical instruments like parai, you see, only recently we have recovered the nomenclature parai, since it parais. Paraidalal adan பெயர் பறை, பறை அறிவித்ததால் அதன் பெயர் பறை. அந்த பறையை இசைப்பவர்கள் பறையர்கள். You cannot call that instrument tappu, tappatam. The very word, the very nomenclature is tappu. Tappu என்கின்ற nomenclature tappu. It ought to be called as parai. But parai is not allowed in the major Hindu temples. We all know that. Parai is rather used for inauspicious funeral ceremonies. We know that. So there is always a kind of treason, a kind of, what shall I say, there is a kind of plotting to brush aside certain things. So in order to understand music also, in order to understand art also, why most of the chief gods like Murugan or Shiva do not wear mustache. Only the deities, சிறு தெய்வங்களுக்கு தான் மீசை இருக்கிறது, பெருந்தெய்வங்களுக்கு ஏன் மீசை இல்லை? So there is a kind of a touch of hegemonic interpretation of everything in our life. Art, you see, the television, fashion, advertising, you see, you have to watch them very carefully. You have to understand. You see, there is an advertisement coming. You see, the advertisement in the frolicking father and the industrious mother in the recent ads. I think it is Alexa. You see, this Alexa advertisement actually is a documentation and utilization of something which was happening during COVID period. You see, during the pandemic or even before the pandemic, what happened was IT sector crashed. Many people were sent out of their job. So the fathers are seen inside the home, you see, and mothers are coming from outside. Mothers always are worried. You see, in the Alexa, when you watch that advertisement next time, you see that the mother would be industrious. You see, mother would have been entering the frame from outside, whereas the father would be dancing or playing hide and seek. The jobless father, unemployed father, and by using the Alexa advertisement, these people try to neutralize a social disaster, an economic disaster. You see, you have to read literature also in the cultural study angle. You see, why agrarian community is so dominant in Tirukkural and in Shakespeare, because agrarian community was a dominant community during Shakespeare's time, during Thiruvalluvar's period. Velan Tolil, Velan Kudigal, they had all the money, property, land and men. So even the kings were expecting the Velan Kudigal, agrarian communities, to help them. You find so many earls in the Henriade. All those people were owners of huge lands, having the men forts, you see. So that is beautifully documented. I can talk about so many other documents in Tirukkural and all. You see, there is, I have something here, you see, Purutpendir Poimai Muyakam Iruttarayil Yedil Pinan Thali Yetru. Purutpendir Poimai Muyakam. You see, having sex with the professional women. You see, professional in the sense sex workers. Purutpendir, the material women, those who have relationships expecting material benefits in return and not love. You see, the relationship with them is equal to embracing dead body, corpse in dark room. You see, I can. You see, I don't have time to explain this much in detail, but don't be carried away by the expression Iruttarayil Vedil Pinanthali Yetru. It is equal to embracing the corpse in the dark room. If you check the Marabu Urai by Devaneya Pavanar, you will understand that there were professionals to embrace corpse in the mortuary in those days to satisfy the souls of the virgin. You see, this is very powerfully recorded in, it was not in Tamil community. It should have been in some other community living alongside in Tamil Nadu. You see, that is a research-worthy thing. Like that, certain things like Madalerudal, you see, they are all very important studies for you. So in literature also, in verbal modes also, these things are very subtly recorded. So cultural studies is the need of the hour. Cultural studies is the need of the hour. If you see the Indravila in Silappadigaram, then in Indravila in Silappadigaram, they would have hierarchically placed the tradesman community, the merchant community in the topmost rung of the social hierarchy ladder. Unlike Andanar, Kshatriya, Brahmanar, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Sudra. Unlike this Varnashrama, we don't agree with this Varnashrama, but there was a practice in Manudharma, Manushastra. It is again, it is a treason. You see, it's again a plotting against a section of society. But still, it was acknowledged then. You see, Brahmana, Kshatriya, Shudra, and Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Sudra. You see, so these four varnas. Whereas in Silappadigaram, Vaishyas comes first as the most important community who attend the Indravila. So that says that during Ilangodigal's period, that the Vaishya community was more powerful, like the Vedan Kudigal more powerful, agrarian community more powerful during Thiruvalluvar and Shakespeare's time. You see, You have to very carefully watch, give a cultural approach to even the TV ads, certain memes, fashion, everything. So it is not just verbal, but oral, visual. So cultural study envelops all these things. And how cultural studies will help you to check how works with non-canonical objects than usually done in language programs. In the language programs, we do not teach the male gaze or female gaze. Laura Moulvi pointed that out in media, the male gaze. And an answer to the male gaze, female gaze came. And recently, our contemporary psychologist, the queen of psychology, Bracha L. Ettinger, has pointed out matrixial gaze, the gaze which is inclusive. Or in our films, what would they do? They will always show the heroine in the close-up shots for the male members of the audience to enjoy the beauty. Whereas inside the theater, there will also be female members of the audience. Where is the representation for their gaze? So in answer to that, the latest James Bond films presented male beauty and followed by all other movie making industry. So these such things, male gaze is a power gaze. Power gaze served as a master gaze. The master gaze even became white gaze. You see, white men gaze, power gaze, master gaze, male gaze. These things are not taught in language program. The Tamil speaking audience here would know that even in language there is something called, there are things like male language and female language. You see? Yes, that is how we practice language. Certain things are not expected to be sprouting out from the female's lips. You see? So cultural studies teaches the non-canonical things which are not done in language programs. Similarly, cultural studies will help you to study the balancing act in artistic productions, because an art, a work of art, to make itself of classic, it should have lasting values. It should have a message or something which will transcend the spatio-temporal limitations. At the same time, as the Marxian view points out, the classical work of art is immortal and universal, eternal and universal. But remember carefully, you see, listen to me carefully. The classic work of art is eternal and universal. At the same time, the classic work of art stands in a particular time. So if we reread the classical work of art from the cultural study view or new historical view, we will have so many meta-narratives, petite narratives, meta-narratives, which you cannot find in the grand narratives of history or epic or sermons or scriptures, because they are all occupied by the hegemony, the power sector. So it is very important for us to give a new historical, cultural, materialistic approach in order to understand how a work of art, artistic production, balances between the so-called enduring values and the immediate socio-historical context. Why Shakespeare makes fun of Marx at bottom in A Midsummer Night's Dream. Nick Bottom belongs to Weaver's community. While Shakespeare was writing A Midsummer Night's Dream, Weaver's community was earning much. So since they had the hard currency in their hands, the silver coins in their hands, because weaving, fashion was finding a boom. So weavers became very much sought after. So people like Nick Bottom could earn money like anything. So automatically, spontaneously, after earning material wealth, they also wanted to earn social respect. So they tried to put themselves in par with the aristocracy. In Shakespeare's time, it was a symmetrically organized universe which they believed that everything was perfectly kept in its place. So Shakespeare as an Elizabethan was not able to accept that Nick Bottom, even if he had money, could have aristocratic tastes. You see, the literary taste, the aesthetic flair was supposed to be belong to artists and aristocrats, the royal personages, the noble souls, which the weavers, the rude mechanicals were not believed to have. So when Nick Bottom and his company tried to stage a play, Shakespeare makes hilarious comedy out of it. So it is a social documentation, a cultural documentation also. That is what we have to remember. But Shakespeare, using the multi-structured plot, the parallelly running multiple plot structure, he was able to break the hierarchy as an artist. As an Elizabethan, he makes fun of Bottom and company. But as an artist, he makes Bottom, who belongs to the lowermost rung of the hierarchical order, socially. In the topmost rung, you have the fairies. In the next rung, you have the heroic duke and the duchess. And in the third level, you have the aristocrats. And only in the bottommost rung level, you find the rude mechanicals. But what happens in the play? The person from the bottommost rung is loved by the person in the topmost rung of the ladder. The fairy queen falls in love with Bottom, Nick Bottom, the weaver, the rude mechanical. So Shakespeare, as an artist, as a liberal thinker, was able to think beyond the Elizabethan bounds. We have to read A Midsummer Night's Dream, give a cultural study approach to A Midsummer Night's Dream, Oedipus Rex. We have to ask questions: why Euripides is not prescribed, why Seneca's Oedipus is not prescribed. These are all million-dollar questions in order to keep our culture writing and revising. And cultural studies will help you to use theories as well as spontaneous everyday approach. Simultaneously, you can understand, you can research, investigate things spontaneously with an everyday approach. And when you need a theory to found your argument on, here you have cultural studies, cultural materialism, new historicism, myth criticism, so on and so forth. Cultural studies is an all-enveloping process, you see. And cultural studies will also help you to trace the relationship among aesthetic, anthropologic, and political, economical aspects of cultural productions and reproductions. You see, that is why it is not that you should have an entire gamut of cultural studies for your approach. For example, in the college which I am working now presently, you see, I am now, many people addressed me as a retired professor from the American college. Yes, true. I retired from the American college. In 2019, after having served 32 years there, and the last 6 years I was heading the postgraduate English department, but I never retired as a teacher. I retired in March, and immediately in May 31st, I retired from the American college, and in June 6th, I joined Mannar Thirumalai Nayakar College, and now I am heading the postgraduate self-financed wing the postgraduate department of Mannar Thirumalai Nayakar College, and there in the 4th semester of PG program, we offer a cute little cultural studies course along with pandemic literature, green literature, disability studies, and other such current vistas of literary theories and studies. You see, in the 5 units, we have just an introduction to cultural studies, and we have a unit on culture and myth, and the 3rd unit will be culture and religion, and the 4th unit will be culture and language, and the 5th unit will be culture and media. It will be all fun. In culture and media, we have Lagan, the Hindi film Lagan, and we have the English film Psycho. In culture and myth, we have Claude Levi-Strauss, Incest and Myth, just 6 pages. It will be all fun. And cultural studies is such a path-breaking area, which I want all of you to take up a course in cultural studies. All right. Now, what we mostly talk about is that the cultural production and reproduction. That is why I quoted from Claude Levi-Strauss, I quoted from Michel Foucault, I quoted from Homi K. Bhabha, especially the 3rd world countries. They are made to believe that their culture has already been written. No, we have to retrieve part of our culture and we have to rewrite our culture. So the young minds here, properly guided by the eminent scholars and your teachers, take cultural studies as a very serious option. Fun also, very serious option, and start your pursuit of our culture. You see, the culture can be identified, can be traced even from our myth sometimes. You see, myth also ought to be studied culturally. Many may think it is blasphemous. It is not so. The Pillayar myth is a constituent, is a compilation of many constituent myths. What you call mythemes, the broken tusk, the cracked belly, the elephant head, the children's thighs. You see, Ganesha has a name Pillayar, very indication for Pillayar. If you look at the thighs, if you look at the calf muscles and the flesh, not the muscles really, the calf flesh and the thigh flesh of Pillayar, then you will find it will appear like a child's leg. And the pot belly is also a child's belly. And elephant's head, it is the primitive wonderment on elephant. An elephant is enormous, has such Herculean power. At the same time, mastodonic. At the same time, it can also be tamed as a child. It behaves like a child. It can be tamed. It can be brought up like a child. Such a creature, how you can have enormous power and a child's innocence and love. So it is the maker of the forest, the creator of the forest. So the agrarian community see that one task. You see, the Pillayar Suli ought to be drawn not as two. ரெண்டு மாறி போட்டோ அல்லது ஊ மாறி போட்டோ கீழே 2 கோடு போடக்கூடாது. The Pillayar Suli, the Pillayar curve should resemble the elephant's tusk. You see, so it resembles the plow. So the agrarian community worshipped elephant because elephant is the creator of the forest. Creator of one drop from the elephant can breed, sow the seeds for hundreds of trees. So elephant was always respected. Elephant was awfully worshipped. Thus, it was awesomely inspiring the agrarian community. So there is nothing wrong in worshipping Pillayar, but Pillayar myth also should be understood. I am a favorite. I worship Pillayar is my favorite god. I am a theatre person, so I worship Pillayar always. At the same time, I always give a cultural approach to the Pillayar idol too. So the young minds should be ready here for writing and rewriting our culture. We should not be carried away by fascist forces. We must remember that we have a kaleidoscopic vision of cultural heritage in India. We are a multicultural, multilingual nation. India ought to be understood as a sovereign, democratic, social republic. It is a secular social republic. You see, it should have secularism. It is a republic. It is a federation state of various cultures and various languages. Nowhere in the world states have been divided linguistically. In those days, they had Telugu, Kannadam, Tamil put together as Chennai Maganam. Then states were divided linguistically when DMK came to power by C.N. Annadurai, a great scholar, statesman, and a thinker. He promoted the idea of dividing states linguistically so that the cultural heritage will be maintained, sustained, written, and rewritten. So we have to understand everything around us as a product of culture, and we should be ready to dissect them, understand them while promoting something. You see, this is my request for this great seminar and the participants here. If you have any question, I'm all yours. I'm waiting for you. If you do not have question, and I leave it to the organizers. If you have any question, you are most welcome to ask. My time is up. It's not that I can answer all your questions. If I know the answer, you are benefited. If I don't know the answer, I am benefited. I will go and study further, and I will use your point for the next seminar. Were you able, Subhadi ma'am? Vanakkam, Vanakkam. Were you able to listen to my voice without interruption, ma'am? Okay, ma'am. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very much audible, sir.
Will it do,
Thank you.
Isn't the time up? Isn't the time up? They asked,
Yes, sir. Almost.
They had given it as 12:30 lunch.
Yes,
so
sir.
That's why I stopped speaking. If you have question, you can ask me. Any question? Any question?
Sir, it was really a wonderful lecture, sir. Dr. Ilango, sir, Head the Department of English, Mannar Thirumalai Nayakar College, Madurai. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And also, I'm not a PhD holder. I don't have a doctorate. I have a doctoral thesis unsubmitted. I'm so happy to be here.
So we are privileged, sir. We are more privileged for having you as a resource person. Thank you.
Sir?
Yes?
I personally thank you, sir. And when your name is suggested, when your name was suggested by Professor Dr. R. Sumati, she told that your speech would be a spectacular and a thought-provoking session. So his speech should be only in the inaugural session, immediately after the inaugural session. And really, we just came to know the various information that we have not yet come across because we people as professors of colleges, are yet to learn that are a lot of things, even the basic things that pave way for the growth of culture is very much explained. Even the symbol of that Playar Suri that you have mentioned at the last part of your speech really attracted me. He is telling something about Vinayaka and that Playar Suri, something like that. So let me listen to what he says. So we listen and what a wonderful explanation and information that we people never realized such thing in our life. So many things that you have mentioned, but because we people so much involved in making this program successful and controlling everything and making the audience perfect, so we fail to notice and listen to the whole session. And I
Sir, some interruption. Sir, sorry for the interruption, sir.
Your voice is not.
Audience, please excuse us.
Ma'am's voice is
Maybe some interruption due to the connection. So, madam will be back within few seconds.
There is a problem with the connection, man.
Sumati ma'am, please you unmute your. Sumati ma'am, voice கேக்குதா? Sumati ma'am? Ma'am?
Ma'am is not audible.
Sumati ma'am, can you please take the dais, ma'am, again? Yes, ma'am, you are not audible, Sumati ma'am. Sumati ma'am, you are not audible, ma'am.
மேம் மேம் நீங்க அதாவது இப்ப பேசுங்க கிளாஸ்ல நீங்க அந்த டைம்
do you hear my voice? Ma'am, do you hear my voice?
Yes, ma'am. Now, yes. Yes, please carry on.
Yeah, I could hear your voice, ma'am. Sir, do you hear my voice? Am I audible to you, sir? Sir?
Ma'am, yes.
Sir, do you hear my voice, sir?
Yeah, I can hear your voice, but there is a hollow noise. There is hollow. Unlike the last time, it was so clear. Now some change in the. It's okay. It's lunch time. You can break and set it right and then return. It's okay. It's okay.
Thank you for enlightening us with your valuable speech on the aspects of cultural studies, sir. Now, may I request Dr. K.S. Assistant Professor of English, Kongunadu Arts and Science College, to formally act as a resource person.
Thank you, ma'am. A thankful heart is not only the greatest virtue, but parent of all the virtues. It's an honor to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks in this session. First of all, my sincere thankful prayer to the Almighty God for making today's morning session a grand success. I, on behalf of the members present, spread my most sincere thanks to Mr. N. Ilango, former Associate Professor of English, the American College, and presently heading the PG Department of English, Mannar Thirumalai Nayakar College, Madurai, for gracing today's session. Thanks for giving a very intellectual and cultural studies. You all greatly inspired and thankful for the great work of presentation. Thank you, sir. I would like to take this opportunity to record my heartfelt thanks to the chief patrons, Mr. C. Rajan, Secretary, Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM, and Dr. C. A. Vasugi, Secretary and Director, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore. Patrons, Dr. C. Rajashekhar, Principal, Vivekananda College, and Dr. M. Lakshmanaswamy, Principal, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, for their encouragement, logical support, and guidance throughout the period. Thank you all. I'm elated to extend my generous thanks to the conveners, Dr. K. Sumati, Associate Professor and Head, Vivekananda College, and Dr. R. Sumati, Assistant Professor of English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, for initiating and directing the conference in a good conduction of this conference, a two-day international online conference on emerging ideologies and trends in English language, literature, and cultural studies. Thank you, ma'am. I thank Dr. Sumati for welcoming the gathering. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. K. Sumati for her inaugural address. Thank you, ma'am. I thank Dr. Shobha Ramaswamy, Head, Department of English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, for introducing the theme of the conference. I thank you, ma'am. I thank Dr. C. Rajashekhar for presiding over the conference. I thank Mr. C. Rajan for releasing the conference proceedings and other dignitaries for receiving it. I thank Dr. P. Chitra, Assistant Professor of English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, for introducing the resource person. Thank you all. I report my special thanks to the faculty members of the Department of English of both Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM, and KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore, for organizing the conference in a grand manner. Thank you all. Finally, I thank all the participants for being with us in this morning session and make this session more lively. Thank you all. Once again, I thank one and all. Thank you.
Let's disperse for lunch break and join the meeting at 1:45 p.m. for presenting session.
Dear audience, thank you so much for your patience, cooperation, and coordination to make the inaugural session of the conference very successful. Thank you so much.
ஜிஷு என்னாச்சு யாருமே பேச மாட்டேங்கிறாங்க.
நானும் பார்க்கறது வீட்டில் ரெண்டரை கிலோ இருக்கான்.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Have a good day, sir.
ഹേയ് ഒന്നും വേണ്ട. ഞാൻ പേടിച്ചു.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Okay. Karnaran, sir.
Yes, yes.
Sir, do you want to check the connection?
Yes, 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 yes.
Yes, please, sir. Please share your screen and check whether your PowerPoint is working.
Right. Okay.
Sir, yes, sir. Yes, it is visible.
Yeah, okay.
You share your PPT, sir.
Yeah, it's
Go to your
already,
PPT.
it is already there, no?
Sir, please click that ignore.
Where is it? Okay.
Yes. Now you can open your PowerPoint.
Can you see that?
Yes, yes, sir. Sir, shall we start by 145?
Okay, I don't, yeah, I'm ready, yeah. No problem.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Let's wait for the audience to join.
Sir? Dr. Karnagaran?
Yes, yes.
Very good, sir.
Good afternoon. Yes, how are you?
I'm fine, sir. How are you, sir? Am I audible to you, sir?
Yes, 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 yes. You are audible.
Voice is also so clear, sir.
Sorry?
Your voice is also so clear.
Okay, okay, okay.
Okay. So audible. No problem, sir. We
Yes.
wait. Sir, you said that you have to connect with the mobile phone. Is it okay, sir? Or can you disconnect and join after 3 minutes, sir? So that you are that.
You want to disconnect yourself? No.
No. You only I asked. Your convenience. Is it okay if you stand connected to the conference, online conference?
Yeah. Because now we don't have if it is if there is a power failure, I might join using my mobile phone. It's ready. No problem.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Adi sir.
Sir, shall we start?
Yes sir, just a minute sir.
Good afternoon to everyone.
Sir, just a minute.
I hope everyone joined this meet. So we are in plenary session 2 of the first day of this conference. First, I invite Dr. P. Sujata, Assistant Professor of English, Vivekananda College, AGASTEESWARAM, to introduce the resource person. Thank you.
Ma'am, unmute yourself. Sujata ma'am, unmute yourself.
Hearty good afternoon to all. Honorable dignitaries, special invitees, dedicated team of faculty members of the Vivekananda College and KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, the most valued participants. It's my tremendous honor to introduce our chief guest of this session, Dr. T. Karunagaran, Senior Lecturer at English Language Teaching Center, University of Jaffna, Sri Lanka. He completed his UG at the University of Jaffna, Sri Lanka, and his PG and MPhil at the University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka. He successfully completed his doctorate at the University of Hyderabad, India. He started his career as a visiting lecturer in English at UN Habitat, then continued his profession as a lecturer at the University of Jaffna, Sri Lanka. In the year 2017 to 18, he served as an instructor in English, Shina's Vocational College, Ministry of Manpower, Women. In the year 2018 to 19, he served as a professor of English, Vellore Institute of Technology. At present, he is a senior lecturer, English Language Teaching Center, University of Jaffna, Sri Lanka. He has published numerous research papers, articles, and chapters in books in various national and international conferences. He served as a resource person in various training programs, workshops, conferences. He also participated as a chairperson in many international conferences conducted by various universities. He has got the prestigious membership in professional associations in Canada, Sri Lanka, and India. To add feather to his cap, he published 7 books. He has also made a mark in the field of education, has conducted seminars and guided many research scholars. To his credit, he is bestowed with 2 awards. He received Innovative Academic Research and Dedicated Teaching Faculty Award in the year 2017, conferred by Journal of Engineering, Technological Research and Journal of Engineering, Technology and Management Science, Malaysia. Ontario awarded him English Language Teacher in the year 2018. It's a proud privilege to have him as a resource person of this session. For this solemn and ceremonial event, today there could be a wonderful time to receive him. So really we are fortunate to have him as a resource person. I thank you, sir, for sparing your precious time with us and grace this session. I am absolutely delighted to welcome you to enlighten session.
Okay. The respected principal of Vivekananda College, the conveners of this program, the dignitaries who are here, who attended this program, professors, research scholars, students, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon all. So this is this is a great pleasure to be with you all on a wonderful day, and I would like to thank Dr. Sumadi. There are two Sumadis here, one from KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore, and Dr. Sumadi from the Department of English, Vivekananda College. So both of them decided to invite me as a resource person to this conference. And also I wish to thank the management of this organizing committee of this conference for inviting me to this wonderful conference organized by KONGUNADU Arts and Science College and Vivekananda College. Right. So today I wish to talk on the topic of post-method condition. So before getting into this topic, I thought of giving you some background idea about approach, method, and technique. So the approach, approach means a set of beliefs, ideas about ideas and beliefs about a nature of language learning. So in another way, we can say how we look at language learning and how it is done. And the method is actually, it is a plan. Method is a plan to present our lesson. So we need to have a plan to present our material orderly in an order to the class. So from approach, the method is built. The method is built upon this approach, and the technique is to use teachers. Use techniques to achieve immediate goals. So it may differ. The techniques may differ from class to class, even moment to moment. So these are the basic aspects that are associated with this with the topic that I chose to deliver. To speak on. Right. So language teachers, we need to know how this different language methods teaching. As far as English language teaching is concerned, we must know how different methods came into existence. So from very long time ago, so we had behavioristic psychology. That is an approach, and then these are some of them very famous ones. So the first one is this behavioral psychology, which was introduced by Skinner first. And then there were other scholars also, but he was the primary person behind this behavioral psychology. And then the structural approach. See, many people contributed to this structural approach, and then communicative language teaching approach. Right, and there are other approaches. Also, from time to time, it came or it was introduced by various scholars. So the method, we have and from these from these approaches, different methods, were different methods were built up on these, the methods were built upon these approaches, and so that then now we have total physical approach. Then TVLT, CLT, then silent wave, then cooperative language, so on and so forth. So there are so many methods we have studied, and even we tried many methods in our classroom. So what is post-method pedagogy, and whether the method, is it another method? So post-method pedagogy, the pedagogy, you might have heard this word pedagogy. It is, pedagogy means a scientific, teach something in a scientific way. So the post-method pedagogy means, so some scholars or some teachers, sometimes they are confused whether the method and the post-method pedagogy are one and the same. No, actually, post-method pedagogy is not another method. It is an alternative to method. So it is an alternative to method in the sense. So it is, it is a way of teaching that rejects using techniques, procedures, and theoretical assumptions of any given method in a teaching learning process. So today what we are going to discuss is, so the first one is what is post-method pedagogy, and what is the problem with the concept of method. How does post-method pedagogy differ from methods and approaches? What are the characteristics of post-method pedagogy? Is it same as eclecticism? Does it mean that we have come to does it mean that the method method is dead? Right. So then, so why, what is the reason for for choosing or for finding out an alternative to method? So first we must know why we need to have post-method pedagogy. So say first, there are many problems with the methods. The first thing is, say the methods were very popular during 80s, even 70s, in 70s, 80s, and 90s, and there was a growing dissatisfaction between what method prescribes or what method says and what really happens in the real classroom. So the methods actually, there were many studies conducted by various scholars, and they observed. So what methods prescribe, or what methods say, does not conform with the actual classroom practice. So and this in the methods, those who develop those methods say that the language teaching should happen in this way. But in the real classroom, it doesn't happen as they said or as they expected. And see, the teachers and students in the classroom, they tend to be more intuitive and eclectic, because they find some they find that the methods did not help them reach or to meet their learning outcomes, so that the teachers and the learners tend to be more intuitive and eclectic. So because of these reasons, the whole notion of the method was put into questions. And the most striking mismatch between the mismatch is between the practice and the theory. So, like I said, the theorizers or theorists, and they say that how they expect the teachers to use the methods in a way that is designed, or that is instructed in a way that is instructed by these theorists. But these, for example, audiolingual method. So its primary objective is to make the learners to speak like native speakers. But in reality, this is actually a few, very little, and a few people can become like native speakers. So it is an unrealistic one. To make all the learners to be to speak like native speakers. So, and the silent way. Silent way is another method. Silent way is silence. It uses silence as key element in the learning process. But language is taught, or language is learned through social interaction. That is also that is missing in this silent way. So total physical response. It postulates that the learning the language could be learned through accents and drills, and they are according to this total physical response, accents and drills are the primary means to learn the language. But in reality, language learning requires cognitive and metacognitive strategies. See, cognitive and metacognitive strategies play a major role in language learning. So that is missing in total physical response. So ultimately, no language teaching method can stand alone, because so in something is always missing in methods. So because of this discrepancy between actual practice and the instruction or instruction given to be followed by those who develop these methods, and as a result of this idealistic, the methods, those who develop the methods feel that those methods are very idealistic, and can help teachers and learners to meet their learning outcomes. So the discrepancy is mainly associated with procedure, objectives, material, teacher role, and learner role. So in a classroom, the method say something, according to a particular method, the teacher has to, follow a certain set of instructions, which is instructions which are given by a particular person who developed a particular method. But in the actual classroom, those procedures and instructions and the material are not working, or not working very well, in the sense they are not they are not very useful to meet the learning outcomes of the learning outcomes in the classroom. Right. The another criticism level, and which is leveled against the method, is the nature of top-down. The top-down approach. So the methods, are developed by some people, and they just expect the others to follow or apply those methods in all classrooms. Actually, those who developed the theories of these methods are not aware of the real classroom situation, which differ from country to country, from region to region, and they actually these methods are more like, they are more prescriptive, and they don't they haven't helped the teachers to accomplish their objectives, so that these methods, that's why the methods are not very useful to achieve our learning, intended learning outcomes. So, and with regard to this method, that is the top-down approach, and these theorists, they predetermine the learning outcomes. They set the learning outcomes for the classrooms which are very much different, which are located in various places of a country, or even they are the classrooms are all over the world. But the particular theorist, he develops a particular method, and he also expects that should be generalized to all over the world. So that is another issue. And you see, those who develop a particular, one who wants to develop a particular method should be aware of the real, actual classroom situation. So the classroom in Sri Lanka may not be similar to that of a classroom in the USA or UK. So there are, several other factors should be taken into account when we decide a method. So the socio-cultural and socio-political aspects of the area, and the area and the classroom should be considered when we think of a method to be used. So because of this, these are the issues with associated with methods. So so we could say no method is complete. So there is always something is missing in methods. So that if there is a because of this problem, because no method is complete, the teacher is fine. Teacher finds it difficult to accomplish their intended learning outcomes, so that they find alternative ways to compensate these missing pieces. So, for example, say in total physical response, reading and writing skills are missing. In silent way, speaking and listening are missing. In CLT, grammar practice and vocabulary explanations are missing. In audiolingual method, learners' emotions and feelings are missing. So, because of this, the teachers constantly look for some ways to compensate these missing pieces. And there is another problem with the method. There is another problem with the method, that is inconsistency with method. So that's a whole a pedagogical view about various aspects of teaching and learning process. So some method teach grammar, and then they say that the grammar portion should be taught, and some other methods ignore it, and some methods recommend reading and speaking, and some other whereas some other methods ignore this reading and writing. So some methods integrate all skills, and some methods use textbooks. They say some methods recommend using textbooks, but some other methods don't recommend using textbooks. Some methods are learner-centered, and whereas some other methods, are teacher-centered. So there are these are the inconsistencies we find among these methods. And the another problem is the method is has a rigid structure. That is, the method already designs. They already method has already designed a set of instructions, and it has already prepared a material, and it designs the learner roles and the teacher role, right? And the procedures to be followed by teachers and learners while in the teaching learning process. But and it is this learning should take place in a sequence advocated by these scholars. But in the but as far as a teacher is concerned, from start to end, her role is predetermined, and she finds she doesn't find any room to innovate ideas. So she has to go by the instruction given by the theorizer, theorizer, and teacher has to go by that. But she cannot, the teacher is not supposed to make use of her own strategies and innovative ideas in teaching learning process. So that is also a problem with the method. And the other thing is the globalized. The method methods are globalized in nature. That means, so the one method is successful, say in USA, or maybe this may be another method is very successful in UK, and they think this the same method will be successful in Sri Lanka and India. So this is the globalized nature. But they fail to think about the different socio-cultural and ethnic background that are prevalent or that are prevailing in these countries, and they think that the particular method can be generalized to all of the world. So that is so this is how they think that their methods can be used everywhere. But the reality is there are socio-cultural and socio-political aspects of other countries are different, and the method should be a method method that chosen by a particular country shouldn't be a threat to the local socio-cultural condition. So it should, it should help to promote their to learn the language in their in the prevailing socio-cultural condition of the country. So that is also problem, because this method doesn't take into account the different socio-cultural backgrounds of different regions. So what are the then now we have to think about the solutions. So what are the solutions for this? So at this background, only this there is the people try to find an alternative to method. So what is the alternative? So that is post method pedagogy. So the post method pedagogy actually right. So this is my plan. Post method pedagogy actually, according to Kumara Vadivel, he just uses a term macro strategies. Macro strategies, and there are three important aspects associated with the post method pedagogy. So they are the particularity, practicability, and possibility. So the post method pedagogy is called as a pedagogy of particularity because it claims that this post method pedagogy cannot be generalized to all other regions. So the post method pedagogy serves a particular teacher working with a particular group of students to meet a particular objectives within an institutional context in a given socio-cultural environment. So that means this post method pedagogy cannot be generalized to all situations. So that according to this, the each learning, teaching learning experience is unique and particular. So we have to deal with as such. The teaching style is also, it also differs from person to person. For example, what works for one teacher may not work for another teacher. Even for what work, a teacher who uses some techniques and strategies with a group of students may not, this particular strategies and techniques, these particular strategies and techniques work with one group of students, but the same particular and techniques and strategies may not work with another group of students, because each learner, learning situation is different and it is unique. So that we have to decide. So that's why it is called the pedagogy of particularity. And the second one is this post method pedagogy is called as pedagogy of practicality. So it is this post method pedagogy concerns with the practical and theoretical aspects of teaching. That means it bridges. We initially talked about there was a problem between the theory and the practice because there was no conformity between these two. But in this post method pedagogy, so it tries to bridge the gap between theory and the practice. So in this post method pedagogy, the teachers who teach the lesson in the classroom try to theorize, then produce theories. and their theory is evolved by their experience and the context. What here in the post-method pedagogy, the theories, evolve from their experience and context, and so the theory, what they theory becomes their practice. What the teachers theorize become the practice in the classroom. So in other words, they theorize what they practice. So what they practice becomes theory. So that is why it is called the pedagogy of practicality. And then the third one is the pedagogy of possibility. So the pedagogy of possibility here. So it frees. There is this in post-method pedagogy. It provides freedom to learner as well as the teacher. And they free. Learners and teachers are free. They are free from socio-political and ideological implications of methods. So it allows teachers and learners to question some pedagogical practices. For example, when we look at the textbooks, so the textbooks are sometimes it is biased, and they're biased in the sense. So say for example, we use the textbooks produced by an American, which does not. That textbook does not. Does not deal with the socio-cultural aspects of the teaching learning situation, where the particular method is used. So the students and teachers get freedom here to question these inequalities, and sometimes in the textbooks we find sexism, racism, cultural hegemony. So these can be questioned by teachers and learners. So that's why this possibility. This is called. The post-method pedagogy is called as the pedagogy of possibility. So what are the major changes? Which the changes that we can see after the introduction of this post-method pedagogy. There are many changes which have taken place. So the first one is the teacher role. So within the traditional method, teacher is a practitioner who teaches what theorist prescribes in terms of procedures, activities, teacher role, learner role, and the material. So, but in post-method pedagogy, the teacher gained confidence and freedom, and the teacher gets responsibility. So here in the post-method pedagogy, the teacher is expected to be a reflective practitioner, not the traditional practitioner. The reflective practitioner, the teacher should reflect on his or her own teaching practice, and then she has to find out what is working, what works for a particular group of students, and what does not work, what works and what not work, and what does not work with the particular group of students. And then she has to find the alternative to teach, or to find the different ways and techniques to teach a particular lesson. So, and here the reflective practice also means that the teacher has to evaluate her own teaching, and then she has to find ways of teaching a particular lesson. So this helps teachers to improve their teaching. And the teaching process. The traditional method considers teaching as a linear process, having consecutive stages. So it happens in order from start to end. So like I said, it is, already, the teacher and the learner has to, their roles have been already decided, and they have to go by the instruction given by the particular theorizer. So, but in post method pedagogy, it's, learning is unpredictable. And, here the learning is recyclic and recursive. That means so in this post method pedagogy, we can go backward. So if the learner has not learned something, means, we have to teach that particular topic. So, right, and the learning, say, according to methods, learning takes place in classroom, in some in a setting given by the developers of the theories. But in post method pedagogy, the learning is multidimensional. It can take place between peers. It can take place at home. It can take place outside the classroom, and even within the community. So the learning is multidimensional, and now in the information IT era, so the learning learning, you see, the knowledge is everywhere. We can Google it. So if we Google something, we get some idea about something. But what our learners need to have or need to acquire is the soft skills, and that means they need to know how best they can apply the knowledge that they have already acquired. So in this post method pedagogy, the learners also learn about the soft skills, and they try to use the knowledge in the best way possible. And say that the learner roles. So in post method pedagogy, learners also become more autonomous. Say in the traditional methods, the learner is not responsible. The learner's responsibility is very minor. But in the post method pedagogy, learner's responsibility is also is very huge. That in the sense, the learner has to take over control over their learning, and they have to develop the strategies and techniques to learn. And this post method pedagogy also empowers learners. The post method pedagogy also helps the learners to think critically, so they become critical learners. And so as far as, like I said earlier, the learner here, learner has to learn collaboratively, right, and critically. So in this post method pedagogy, the learner can acquire knowledge within the classroom, and he can acquire knowledge outside the classroom. So the knowledge learner has acquired outside the classroom can be used in the classroom, within the classroom, and the knowledge the learner has acquired in the classroom can be used outside the classroom. So, and this now, we know that there are a lot of platforms for learning and teaching, for teaching and learning. So now one of the platforms, one of the platforms is the mobile learning, I mean, the mobile is, very much used for learning purposes nowadays. So the bottom line is the learner is responsible for his success and the failure. So he cannot blame the others for his success. I mean, for his failure. If he is successful, no issue. But if he is unsuccessful, then he cannot blame others for his failure in the post-method pedagogy. And learner has a lot of avenues and a lot of sources to learn. So in other words, actually in the traditional method, learner was not independent. But in the post-method pedagogy, learner and the teacher, both, they become independent. So the post-method pedagogy also empowered both learners and teachers, and they become independent, and then independent learners. Right. So then there is another another aspect or another viewpoint. So how about aggregatism? Are aggregatism and post-method pedagogy same? So some teachers confuse that anyway we say that post-method say, because aggregatism means we just combine the techniques, right? Techniques, strategies, procedures of various methods, and we use as and when we need them. But in post-method pedagogy also we use different techniques, strategies, and procedures. But it actually this in the methods it is in aggregatism it is supported by the method, but in the post-method pedagogy is not supported by method, but it is we use these different techniques and we a combination of different techniques and procedures in order to meet the learning outcomes. They are not risk. I mean, they are the teacher. Actually teachers and learners, they use different procedures and strategies from various methods, but the purpose is to meet the intended learning outcomes. So ultimately the aggregatism gets power from methods, but post-method pedagogy gets its strength from the practical actual real classroom context. So that is the major difference between these aggregatism and post-method pedagogy. So the final question is whether the post-method pedagogy, whether method is dead. So we cannot eliminate the method totally from the teaching learning arena, because method also for a novice teacher the method helps to because the novice teacher needs to understand the background of teaching learning process. So these methods do help the novice teachers to understand her role, the sense, the background of teaching learning process. And also, say for novice teachers, so they are not capable of preparing their own material. They need some reference, some help. So in the methods, when we different methods have already prescribed or recommended textbooks, and so that they can go by those textbooks that teach the lessons. But when a particular teacher becomes an experienced teacher, say 5 or 10 years, then she doesn't need these methods and she can, decides what to teach, how to teach, where to teach, when to teach, and the techniques and procedures. There should be the teacher, the experienced teacher may adapt, techniques and procedures according to the teaching learning situation, the classroom situation. So until a teacher reaches that stage, the methods, she or he has to rely on the methods, and then afterwards, she can become an independent teacher or a learner, and it is applicable for learner as well. But mainly it is, is mainly associated. I mean, it is, for teachers only. Our main focus is on teacher, because teacher is the, anyway, teacher plays an important role in the classroom. So, this, the method, methods do have their place, but at the same time, an experienced teacher, does not need to follow any method. With this, so there are, these are some the views of the scholars, and I have I talked about all these. But these are some of the concerns brought by various scholars. So this is the period of this. So this is the search for the best method in foreign language teaching and research, the projection of methods. So the Brown famous scholar. So states the following reason for the current projection of methods, teaching and language teaching and methods. So methods are too assuming too much about the context. The context has been identified. They are therefore overgeneralized in their potential application to practical situations. Generally, methods are quite distinctive at the early beginning stages of a language course, but rather indistinguishable from each other at later stages. Third, it was once thought that methods could be empirically tested by scientific quantification to determine which one is best. We have now discovered that something as artful and intuitive as language pedagogy cannot ever be so cleverly verified by empirical meditation. These all these are by Brown, and in the case of CLT, there are several data-based classroom-oriented studies undertaken in various contexts which show that officially communicatively oriented classes are not quite communicative. So these are, one of the problem is the communicative language teaching. So again, methods are laden with what Pennycock referred to as interested knowledge, that the quasi-political mercenary agendas of their proponents. Recent work in the power and politics of English language teaching has demonstrated that methods often, the creations of powerful center become vehicles of a linguistic imperialism. You see, these are all, linguistic imperialism, because the methods have been, produced or created by scholars who who are, most of them, they are in the West. Right, targeting the disempowered periphery. So for Pennycock, the concept of method reflects a particular view of world as is articulated in the interest of unequal power relationship. So, and that it has diminished rather than enhanced our understanding of language. Right. So this is again Pennycock. Then Prabhu, that is an Indian scholar, there is no best method, but the need for teachers to learn to operate with some personal conceptualization of how their teaching leads to desired learning with a notion of cohesion that has a measure of credibility for them. The resulting pedagogic intuition was called by Prabhu's teachers' sense of plausibility. Right. So, so then these all these are the views from different scholars, and they talk about the problems with the methods, and they justify why we need to go from method to post-method pedagogy. So the problems, ALM, CLT, what are the problems in, I already told you. So what problems are associated with method and CLT. So these are some of the views. Right. So then different people talk about different problems. So say the problems with PLT at 3 levels: authenticity, acceptability, and adaptability. So it refers, first, adaptability refers to the observation that the principles and practices of CLT can be adapted to suit various contexts of language teaching across the world and across time. Such optimistic observations have been repeatedly called into question by reports of uneasiness from different parts of the world. India, South Africa, Pakistan, South Korea. Yeah. So this is the problem. So CLT, cannot be. We're not very useful or successful in these regions. So what we have these, what have these countries in common? Remember this account of post-method condition, right? Right, because of all shortcomings highlighted before, foreign language research, teaching research moved to TDLT, which has really created a great body of psycholinguistics, empirical research in L2 and language, L2 acquisition. Right, and right. So yeah, and they talk about say post-method condition and the critical pedagogy. I think so. This is in the post-method pedagogy. The critical pedagogy is also embedded in the thing in this aspect. So the critical pedagogy means that the learner should understand between lines and beyond lines. So that means when he or she, when a learner reads the line, he or she understands something, and that is between lines. And beyond line means, so there are the beyond these lines also there may be important facts associated with some particular thing. So sometimes the objectives of the designer may be a hidden one. So the critical pedagogy enables the learner to understand between lines and beyond lines. So it is also connected. The post-method pedagogy also connects critical pedagogy. That's why I talk about critical thinking. The learner, the post-method pedagogy makes the learner as a critical thinker. So that way, this post-method pedagogy and critical pedagogy, they are related to each other. Right. So this is again the problems with methods, and different people say different views. If you so it is in my discussion I already covered all these things, but these are some of the views from by different scholars. I think that I just I might give a conclusion and wind up my speech. Actually now in this in the current world, the learners are very intelligent and they are not totally dependent on teachers, because the learner learners have a lot of avenues for their learning. Let's say they learn from televisions, they learn from social media, they learn from this mobile internet, and so on and so forth. So we cannot as far as the methods are concerned, methods always prescribe certain procedures, techniques, and activities, but they are not particularly those. Sometimes those methods, even some methods may be useful for some to teach some aspect, and sometimes it may be useful, it may be it may work in a particular context, but it may not work in other context. So because now there are the socio-cultural and socio-political situations are different. So what we can what as teachers we need to empower the students to do their activities in their day-to-day life, and for them, and and this post-method pedagogy, to achieve that, the post-method pedagogy does help the teachers and the students to become independent. I mean, the learners, this the post-method pedagogy helps learners to become independent learners. That means they use various sources, techniques, materials, and procedures for their learning. So that's all. That's all from my talk. So I wish to thank the organizing committee for inviting me for this conference, and also I extend my thanks all the committee members and the Department of English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, and Department of English, Vivekananda College. So thank you so much, and good day to you all. Thank you. Hello.
So any observations? So we are
Dr. Karnagaran, greetings from Tamilnadu, Madurai. Your talk was very good. And this post method, as you observe, will it have its impact on English language teaching as a separate paper being taught in India? Yes, no, I'm not talking about Part 2 English. I'm talking about English language teaching as a subject is very popular in India. If post method advocates that there is no strictly regulated methodology, will it leave a negative impact on the survival of the paper English language teaching in the pedagogy? Will it become irrelevant?
So your question is that you have English language teaching program in India, whether the post method pedagogy eliminates the role of methods. That's what you're asking.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Actually, I was also, I taught in English in India. So in India, say for example, like I said, we use. So for example, say I will say my experience first. So I was in Oman. I was in India and I was in Canada. But in Canada, I was, I taught adults. They were very, they were placed in literacy group. That means they are supposed to learn from ABCD. But the thing is, but they are, in that group, I had students who completed their MA in their own language. Say, for example, in Italy, there were students from Italy and a student from Albania. So two of them finished their MA in their country. But so they were there in the literacy group. The problem is, say, these, their cognitive ability of these two students who had MA. So, their cognitive ability is very high when compared to other students. So then, what we have to do is, so even they don't know ABC, say for example, so we have to, because these learners are fast learners, because they have high cognitive ability, and they use cognitive strategies to learn language, and also they have high order thinking skills, because they have already acquired, they got 2 MAs, whereas there were students who did not have any degree. They were also in the same class. So the problem is, we cannot use the same techniques, procedures to teach a particular lesson. For example, says want to teach some grammar. Grammar is not in the post method pedagogy. Grammar does not play a major role. Say for example, some writing aspects. But these students, the students with MA, they can simply understand what we say. But whereas the students without any degree in the same class, they because their cognitive abilities very low, they are unable to grasp what we say. So that is one. So depending on their ability only, we have to decide what to how to teach and what to teach, and what the material should be used. Similarly, say in Oman, when I was there, their socio-cultural conditions are different. And in India, the socio-cultural conditions are different. So we need to adapt, we have to think about, various strategies to meet our learning outcomes. In that particular classroom, their socio-cultural aspects are very much different. And we have to, accept that classroom, and then we have to, use the material which does not, the teaching material or learning material which does not affect their material, their socio-cultural aspect. So we have to use, we cannot use a material which is prescribed by by an author from UK. So we can, but we have to be very selective. So they have in Oman, they have their own textbooks, and they have the textbook have been developed by a group of teachers appointed by the Ministry of Manpower. So we have to use that. So that's how in that way in India too. I believe that there are textbooks produced or written by Indian scholars, which also which cater to the needs of the student, and which also consider the socio-cultural and socio-political aspects of the country. But anyway, since India is a very big country with the diversity, so that means there are various ethnicities. Sometimes I don't know, whether the one particular, say, national book can cover all the socio-cultural and socio-political aspects of all ethnicities prevailing in Indian context. So, but anyway, the post-method pedagogy is knowingly or unknowingly is used now. Thank you, sir. Yes.
Sir, thank you so much, Silambu sir, and Professor Karnathan sir. I have some clarification.
Yes.
Sir, you spoke about this method which is not feasible or which cannot be adopted here, or which is not effective here in India, a common textbook catering to the needs of all the learners. Okay. So in that case, do you think that to what extent the system which is followed in abroad, that is Oman, where you were working, were successful because they followed that method? Okay, you explained that. And were there any success scales?
Yeah, no. See, learning. Actually, depending on the level and the level of the classroom, and the socio-cultural aspects and other things. And along with this, the learner's motivation, learner's intelligence, like I said, learner's higher order thinking skills, these all also contribute to learning. So, of course, in Oman, I could not say, there are, my, experiences with the college. And there are universities where I heard that, good students, and good in the past, the good learners. And, they can, very intelligent learners are there. But in our colleges, we could not find a lot of intelligent students, and because their motivation is also not that high. So these also, contribute. But the success rate, in terms of success rate, I would say, it is, like I said, the learner should first, in post-method pedagogy, learner is responsible for his success and failure. So if the learner is failure, learner fails in mastering a language, that means that is his responsibility, his fault. Because, there are now in post-method pedagogy, the learner is free to use any resources for learning purpose. And he is independent. But if he is not doing that, that is up to him also. So we cannot the success rate also, as according to post-method pedagogy, it depends on the learner also. The learner cannot blame others for his failure. So what success rate? Yeah, that is also connected to learner's motivation, learner's involvement. So we cannot say that the particular, this post-method pedagogy or this, the bottom line is in the post-method pedagogy, we have to think about what works and what not works. So,
Okay, sir.
yeah.
Thank you, sir. Any other observations? Okay, I think I can call Ms. Abhisheka to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir, for your invigorating speech and for the insights into the methods in foreign language teaching. Now, I invite Mrs. P. Uma, Assistant Professor, Vivekananda College, to express our gratitude through a formal vote of thanks.
No duty is more urgent than that of returning thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. It is such an honor to get the opportunity to thank Dr. T. Karnagaran, Senior Lecturer from the University of Jaffna. First, we thank you to take out time from your busy schedule. Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and encouraging words on the methods of foreign language teaching. With this, I conclude my vote of thanks. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's start the most awaited session of our conference. Now, let's start the most awaited session of our conference. I would like to invite Dr. S. Rajaprabha, Assistant Professor, Vivekananda College, to chair the session. Dr. S. Rajaprabha has more than 21 years of teaching experience. Her specialization area includes cultural theories and Indian writing in English. I'm glad to invite her to chair this session.
Good afternoon, everyone. So it's my pleasure to chair this session, the very first session of this paper presentation of today's conference. It's my privilege to chair this, and as they have allotted 5 papers for me. So let me start with Mrs. S. Pakiradi, Assistant Lecturer, Department of Bilingual Education, National Institute of Education, Maharahama, Sri Lanka. Mrs. S. Pakiradi.
Yes, I am here.
Okay, so you can proceed with your presentation. Hope you can take not more than 5 minutes. Please proceed with your presentation. Please listen your audio and video.
Excuse me, can you see the screen?
No, they are not able to see it.
No, you have to share the screen.
Yeah, please do share the screen.
Yes, I'm sharing the screen.
Okay, right.
Excuse me. Participants are asked to switch on their videos during the presentation.
Finally, so you haven't shared the
Yes, I'm here, sir. I'm sharing this.
to make it fast. You know how to share the screen?
Yes, I know that.
Right.
So hope your presentation is based on reality. I think it seems to be very interesting. You're ready?
Can you see now?
No, not yet.
No.
Madam, I think you are logged in from 2 devices.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, your video is visible now.
By the way, still we have, yeah, otherwise, it's not difficult.
Yes, there are options, sir. There is slide sharing, but I click and share, but it's not visible.
Did you finish the presentation? There is one present now option.
Yes, sir. If it is late, yes. Others will follow the presentation, then after I will do this.
You want to do some, excuse me, she is not able to share the screen. So can you call the next presenter and then she can get ready?
Okay, sir. Okay, let me try that. Okay, right. So the next one is Dandapani A. PhD research of Dr. R. Sumati, Assistant Professor, Department of English, KONGUNADU of Bhutan College.
Yes, ma'am, I'm in.
Okay, please proceed.
In a
with
second,
your-
I'll try to share my screen. If that's not possible, I'll start with the presentation. Just a minute, just a
so
second.
nice of you. Okay, please proceed.
Are you able to get my screen, ma'am?
We are able to see.
Okay, fine. See, good afternoon all. I'm Dandapani, a research scholar at the Department of English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore. My guide, esteemed Dr. R. Sumati Madam, and myself both have authored 2 papers. I'll present the first paper. The title of the first paper is Medical Narratives and Women, a feminist investigation of the physician-writer Atul Gawande's book, Better, a surgeon's notes on performance. So we have used, this is Mr. Atul Gawande, he's a doctor working in US, and this is the first book that I've taken for my paper, Select Narratives. We have used the technique of narrative analysis in order to explore the feminist standpoints and select episodal medical narratives. So the primary focus is all about female participation, the personalities in the text, and their associated medical experiences. Say, for instance, the chapter titled Naked. This narrative can be discussed in association with the narrative feature desire in text. It's all about satisfaction and identification by the readers. Say, for instance, Gawande, the narrator, he tries to highlight the views associated with the physical examination of a female patient by male doctors. Moving on to the narrative form, the narrator embarks upon authenticity. His father is also a doctor, a urologist, and he steps out while his female patients try to undress before the examination. So there's much authenticity attached to what the narrator says because he has seen it. I mean, he narrates it from his first-hand observation. There's also vivid imagery infused into the narrative when he tries to explain in detail about one particular female character's pregnancy and childbirth. The anatomical changes are detailed out clearly. See, it says almost an inch of space is added within that bony structure, and hence the pain happens to be very deep and vice-like. Speaking of the narrative coherence, there's much to be added to the appropriateness of the text in terms of the formal medical language used by the narrator. Say, for instance, he says, the contractions push the baby's head into the vagina and the narrowest part of the pelvis's bony ring. So, literally and figuratively, a mental picture is registered. Also, moving on to the dissolution of the character's identity, Elizabeth Rourke is no longer Elizabeth. She's given a medical tag. She's just a mother with 2 gestations, 0 born, 41 weeks, 2 days pregnant on Pitocin drug drop, cervix dilated 6 centimeter, and the baby is being at -2 station. So likewise, there are a number of narrative possibilities with respect to medical narratives in order to unearth the dormant and lying hidden meanings. So moving on to my next paper, it's about complications. The book, also a book of Atul Gawande. The title is Uniting Ideas Related to Narratives. That happens to be the first part of the paper, with a possible narrative analysis of select episodes from Atul Gawande's book, The Complications. Fine, first, speaking about the narrative visible structure, he talks about, in the first part of one particular narrative, the role of computers in reading electrocardiograms. Reading electrocardiograms is quite vital and important because any misreading can be quite fatal, and computers have the precision, and they have won over human beings, I mean expert cardiologists, in reading EKGs. So one such scenario, he mentions Dr. Hans Ohlin, who happens to be an expert at reading EKG, but was won over by the computer in a contest. So in the later part of the same narrative, he mentions one particular hospital, the Shouldice Hospital, which is pretty much good at repairing hernias. They perform hernia surgeries with mission-like perfection. And this contrast in the former and the latter part of the same narrative has a call for mechanized medicine that is seen within, that is embedded within the structure of the narrative. So there are also the use of metaphorical application in order to amplify this, the idea of this contrast. See, Dr. Hans Ohlin is compared to the Grandmaster of Chess because he's good at what he's doing. And, sorry. Okay, fine. The Shouldice Hospital is no longer the hospital. It is referred to as a hernia factory. There are also certain narrative reference points with which we can proceed with the analysis. Say, for instance, there's this action, subject, object, and the benefactor. In the course of this hernia surgery, we can take the surgical action of performing hernia operation. The surgeon to be a surgeon, Dr. Richard Sang, say for instance, it's given in the narrative, as the subject performing the object of hernia surgery on the benefactor, quite normally the patient, a 35-year-old man who happens to be benefited from the specific treatments offered by the hospital. For instance, there's this triple layer suture procedure offered by the department of the hospital, which prevents the reoccurrence of hernia in future. So mostly these medical experiences tend to be stories and mostly within context. And here, the setting and the context both are in an operating room. So the sense of urgency is to be noted down in the swiftness of language used. Say, for instance, one of the utterance, the narrator says, Dr. Sang performed each step without pause, almost absently, with the assistant knowing precisely which tissues to retract. And two more to go. And speaking about the temporal stance, that is the inevitability of the factor of time in narratives, there's this narrative I've taken for analysis, the Friday the 13th. It happens to be one particular day on which Gawande is supposed to take up the night duty overnight. And many of the fellow surgeons is dismissive of the idea, and they warn Gawande not to take up the duty. Since Gawande is a non-believer in such stuff, usually Friday the 13th is associated with bad luck in America. But initially everything goes well, and rest of the night goes no better because many of the trauma patients starts pouring in. So the focalization shifts from Gawande towards the general opinion of bad luck associated with the day. So the time factor is also embarked clearly at the end of the narrative with the concluding remark of a nurse telling Gawande, it's after all full moon, Friday the 13th. So after all, human beings are storytelling animals. They are the authors of any narrative experiences. So they communicate narrative experiences in the form of stories worthy enough for analysis and interpretation. So I thank you all. I thank the Department of English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, and the Department of English, Vivekananda College, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present the paper. Thank you.
It was a wonderful presentation, of course, Mr. Dandapani, and I'm really very happy that I have come up with some innovative and new, different looking into the language instead of human and creative. We usually look literature in that perspective. Language also relates itself to some gender, or it relates itself to social or religious or whatsoever sort of regional background. And you have taken it in a very different perspective, like it goes for non-human, like a medical and a mechanical narrative. And so very interesting it is, of course. And may I ask if our audience have any questions for you?
Yes, ma'am, of course.
Audience? Anybody?
I just want to ask, which theory have you applied for this particular analysis? Which theory in literature have you applied?
No, I haven't applied any theories. Actually, it's an interdisciplinary field that I got introduced to a year back, that is literature and medicine. There are a number of literary theories that are applicable in the field. It's just a general field. Say, for example, this paper, the first paper I was talking about, it's about the feminist standpoint, right? So literature and medicine can be discussed within the gamut of many theories. There's no one particular theory with which it swears allegiance to. So there are a number of narrative possibilities. Mostly my mode of investigation is always related to narratives and discourses. So there aren't any particular theoretical facets. Hello? Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I just wanted to, you are right. That is, you are going for narrative. And so it falls into structuralist theories. So you can connect with, fine.
Okay. I hope my answer is clear.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you for that answer.
Nice, Lalita, for asking the question. Anybody else? Has anybody got any other question for Dandapani, who has presented 2 papers? Okay, so very nice of you, Dandapani.
So
Thank you
you
so
go
much, ma'am.
you go ahead with more research in the field, and this is of course the upcoming one. It has got a lot of hope. Keep going.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Let's move on for the next person. Is Mrs. Fakiradi ready?
Yes,
Are
I
you
think
ready?
I'm sharing the screen. Can you see that?
Yeah, you are on screen.
Yes. So good evening, all of you. I'm Mahiradi, Department of Bilingual Education, National Institute of Education. I'm here to present my research findings. The topic is the use of word association cards to improve students' memorization of technical terms. So the problem is grade 8 students' difficulties in memory and use of applied technical terms in the science subjects. So to identify this, we did some pre-test questions set according to
Excuse
the
me, madam.
Bloom's taxonomy here.
Sorry to interrupt.
Can you hear me?
Yes, madam. Your presentation is not visible.
Not visible.
You have Fakirati man. Fakirati man, you have entered the mirror mode. Change the mirror mode. Open your PPT and then share it. You have entered the mirror mode. You have entered the mirror mode. Change the mode. Open your PPT and then share it. Your computer screen is visible, not your PPT. You have got into the mirror mode. So we see many images of your screen.
Madam, actually, when you click the option present screen, there will be three options: your entire screen, a window, a tab. It is better you select your entire screen, or if you choose a window, you have to choose the PowerPoint presentation.
Stop sharing.
Madam, it's not a problem. You can present without the PowerPoint picture.
Fakiradi, you can please continue. You can continue without PowerPoint.
Madam, still your presentation is not visible. Now kindly continue without your presentation. Without the PowerPoint presentation, you can continue. I think I can request the chairperson to call the next presenter.
Okay, fine. So now let's hear Ms. S.R. Shamlin Golda, research scholar of and assistant professor of English.
Yes, ma'am.
Please,
I'm here, ma'am.
yeah, please continue your presentation.
Can I share my screen, ma'am?
Yeah, sure. Yes, we are able to see.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please. Please.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I'm Samir Golda, PhD scholar from NASDAQ Madras College at NASDAQ. And my research guide, Dr. J. Mary Stella, together we present this paper, tracing the trauma in Stephanie Meyer's pneumonia. This paper is about a teenager, a girl who becomes an object of traumatic experience, which leads her to fall into depression. Stephanie Meyer is an American novelist, and she gains popularity for her Twilight series, and her Twilight series have been translated into 37 languages also. And by this topic, trauma is a wound. Sigmund Freud metaphorically uses the word trauma to emphasize how the mind too can be pierced and wounded by events, and he describes it as the outcome of the development in the brain of a highly selective sensitivity to external stimuli. In the novel Twilight, it is given that Bella's parents have got divorced, and due to that, she lacks a strong family bond, and hence she is longing for love also. According to psychoanalytic theorists, the impact of early human attachments and loss in early childhood, such as separation from a parent, may predispose the individual to depression in later life when additional losses occur. Just like a psychoanalytic theorist said, the character Bella also lacks good family atmosphere and suffers from loneliness. During this time, she meets Edward Cullen, who is a vampire, and this vampire's entrance in her life becomes a traumatic one. And when he leaves her alone, she becomes traumatized and falls into depression. Bella has been affected from trauma and depression, which has been revealed through these effects, like recurrent dream, loss of appetite, sleeplessness, hallucination, antisocial behavior, self-destructive behavior, aggression, anxiety. Meyer includes all these occurrences and conceals in these novels as a true love. This paper concludes by establishing that Stephanie Meyer constructed the character Bella, that is Isabella Swan, as a mentally unstable one and a sufferer of trauma and depression. That's all. Thank you.
That was nice. Audience, have you got any questions for her? She has talked about trauma studies, and I think she has also included psychological. She has, got into the study of psychological disorders. Anybody who has got question for her?
The research gap, if I can ask, what is the research gap?
Research gap, what do you mean by that? Can you explain that?
No, when you analyze a text, you must have gone through some earlier papers or works which have been done on that, right?
Yes.
So, in your study, what is the highlighting research gap that is not available in other studies?
Uh, Actually, many people just point out the that she suffers only from depression, but I trace out the background study that she got traumatized by the vampire, and she that's come then that affected her mental nature, uh, and she fell into a depression. And I named it as a major depressive disorder. That's what different from other papers, I think.
All right, thank you.
So, if her depression is from vampires and werewolves, I think it is all illusionary and psychological.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, right. Well, that was nice presentation, Samrin Golda.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please proceed. Okay, so let's have the next participant. Yes, Geeta, Department of Humanities, National Institute of Technology, Puducherry. Can we have your presentation, Ms. Geeta? Are you here? Ms. Geeta, are you here? There is a co-author too, Smriti Shikta Mishra. Any one of you? The title of the paper is Choices in Marriages and the South Asian Queer Women, an analytical and cultural exploration by Geeta S. Hope Geeta is not available here. Well, Bhagirathi, are you here? Are you ready with your presentation? Bhagirathi? So let me wind up this session. And thank you for presenting such wonderful papers, Mr. Benamani and Shamlin Golda. Yes,
Ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
yeah. Any queries, please?
Ma'am, I have a presentation tomorrow. So this starts from 2:30 onwards, is it?
Please, 11:30. Tomorrow at 11:30, it seems. Okay.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Excuse me, ma'am. This is B. Balamuthu Marishwari.
Balamuthu, you got something to say? Well, fine. So there will be the next chairperson who would be chairing the other papers. Bhagirathi. Dr. KK. Okay, Bhagirathi, are you ready to present?
Yes, madam, I am ready to present. My connection was lost, I think, due to the
Okay,
signal
please
problem.
proceed. Please, okay, please proceed then.
You need not share your screen. You just present what your abstract. That would do.
Can you see now?
Yeah, we can see.
Right, thank you. Good evening, all of you. I'm Bhagirathi. I'm here to present my research findings. So the topic is the use of word association cards to improve students' memorization of the technical terms. The problem is that 8 students difficulties in memorize and use apply technical terms in science subject. To identify the issues, I made the pre-test questions which are said use Bloom's taxonomy theory, and I made some interview for the students. So then throughout these activities, I found this issue. So the objectives are to determine the size of student science vocabulary or technical terms, and to master the prescribed jargon vocabulary words learned before, and to determine the areas where students find difficulties, and to review all the technical terms learned in particular period, and finally to improve the students' memory on science technical terms through word association card. As an example, as a science teacher, I expect her to write the answer like plants absorb water through root hairs and transport to other plants parts mainly through xylem tissues. So I expected answer like this. But students, instead of the technical terms, the students used plants intake water through root and pass into the likewise the students wrote in the answer. So here we are expecting in the particular science subject, students should be used the technical terms properly in the proper place. So to that, my research carried out through these objectives. So the actions, there are some actions taken by myself, especially we are using translanguaging techniques or code switching techniques. Here we are using L1 as a Tamil. So the students always try to use L1 after practicing the translanguaging process, right? So we had a problem to use translanguaging because of these issues. Then after, anyhow, we have to improve the technical terms. For that, I carried out some methodology. Before that, the literature reviews, through these literature reviews, I found some findings from some researchers. So as an example, if it is nations, he found positive correlation between vocabulary size and the ability to read and listen L2. And he says that students make a sentence for expressing the meaning using vocabulary. So if it is talk about Wilkins, he says that few things can be transmitted without grammar, nothing can be transmitted without vocabulary. So likewise, there are some another researchers findings I mentioned here. I didn't go through because of the time limitation. So there are some findings I took from the literature review. And these are the intervention plan. I mean, I use some statistical things, that means quantitative statistical analysis. Even though through these classroom practices, we practice some techniques and strategies and methodology. So here we prepared with comprehensive lesson plans. Yes, that is normally we used comprehensive lesson plans and diary entries and using journals to related classroom events and examines, and then translanguaging, code switching. Likewise, we use some technology. Even though we did not get that, we did not achieve the targets to the using technical terms. That's a major issues, especially in science subject. For that, then I applied to another method for this to solve these issues. First of all, I made a vocabulary size test. That means we ask 50 common words, right? We should check with the students whether they are knowing about technical terms, right? Not technical terms, vocabularies. I think under the vocabularies, the special thing is technical terms. So vocabulary is the vast area, you know that. So under the common words, I prepared 50 multiple choice questions like this. The right is the vocabulary, so that students choose correct meaning of that, right? And then you can see then I scored for that the answer, and then out of those 50 words, I think I scored out of 100 marks. About 30 marks, the students who get above 30 marks, we choose selected to the another cycle. That means we have to use those students to next stage. That means out of 25, my sample is 25 students. So out of 25 students, about 30 marks students, only 20 students. So those students got more than 30 marks. So I choose for the second steps those students. So first, then after I grouped like two groups as A and B. Then the next step is out of the 20 students, I divided two groups, A and B. Then after as a second step, I first display the technical terms with mean. Technical terms with mean. Then after both groups, they look the technical terms on the multimedia slides, so they can memorize those words. Then after the second step, that means second cycle, I just distribute the word cards to the one group. Then after another group, they are using that technical terms in what is visible on the screen. So, but this group of A group, they are using word cards. So then after 10 minutes, I just make another exam, quick test. That means quick test. So in the quick test, we had some discussion part. I think we have some discussion part later on. Then after 10 minutes, yes, they are practicing the quick test. Then after step 4, that is scoring. That is after, I think, a late test. The late test means after 1 week, we can ask that same questions again. So then after 1 week, they will write the answers through that. And data analysis also, this is quantitative data analysis. So here I used ANOVA test, right? So this is the result of ANOVA test. You can see here the p-values on 0. After the SPSS analysis, I got this result. The p-value is 0.099. So we can ensure that there are some differences in there are some differences we can found through these two type of tests. That means one group practicing in the word cards, and other group they did not practicing with word cards. So that here I am focused that there are some differences with the type of test. There are some differences with the type of test, right? So here we can see that there are some differences between the marks of the two groups. The quick test, I think the quick from the quick test you can see here the students who are practicing with word cards, that means word association card, they were got high marks compared with group B. Even if it is in the delayed test, that means late test analysis also you can see here. We can the group A students got higher marks and they are continuously decreasing throughout this late test, right? So that results so I think you can see here there are some differences between the result also. That means from A group and B group, right? As a conclusions, the word association cards may include the processing of the target words, which could be one cause. Right? It is well known that information processed deeply in the brain leaves and more lasting effect on memory than information processed quickly. Greater mental activity leads to improved memory retentions, and learners begin examining their mental lexicons when they are given word cards and time to retrieve the meaning of an L2 word they have already acquired. So these things are we can discuss regarding this. We can say that according to our result. And another reason is that word association cards and retrieval might assist students in developing an effective learning plan. That is most important, right?
Thank you, Bhagirathi. Okay, thank you so much. And it's nice that your research is on teaching technical vocabulary to learners, and you have done wonderful work, and also your qualitative analysis is really appreciable.
Thank you.
Any questions from audience?
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Now I open the session for questions. Any questions from the audience for you?
Okay.
Okay.
I think Ms. Deepa Tevya has raised her hand.
Sorry, I couldn't hear. That echo sounds. The sound is echo. Could you please tell again?
Okay. Thank you, all of you. And thank you, organizers, for giving me this opportunity. I think I can hand over the session to the next chairperson to continue it.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajaprabha, Assistant Professor, Vivekananda College, for chairing the session with much patience. Next, I would like to invite Dr. K. Coherence to chair the session. Dr. K. Coherence has 16 years of teaching experience. His area of specialization includes eco-criticism and English language teaching. He also excels in various other research areas. He has organized many conferences and has been a resource person in various national and international conferences. I am privileged to invite him to chair this session.
Thank you, Ms. Abhisheka, for the wonderful words of introduction, and thank you, Ms. Benisha, for the kind words. Okay, we are in the second half of the technical session 1. We have 6 participants. Let me call out their names. Ms. J. Christy Lydia, Ms. J. Sneha, Ms. R. Jessica, Muhammad Ali, Murshid Mullah, Portia Charlene, and Dr. R. Sandhya Lakshmi. So we'll be ready. in this order. So first let me call J. Christie Lydia, Research Scholar, Nazareth, Margosi College, Nazareth. Ms. J. Christie Lydia. Lydia. I think she's not here. Next, let me call Ms. J. Sneha.
Good evening, everyone. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, madam. And she is going to present on the topic, from the hapless one to the fortunate one, the journey of Saint
Bakita, sir.
Yes, madam, proceed.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present and publish my paper. I am Sneha J, first MA English of Don Bosco College, Ailegri Hills. My research, I'm presenting my paper on From the Hapless One to the Fortunate One by Saint Bakita. The research paper of mine will tell the life history of Saint Bakita, the agony and anguish faced by her, the slavery movement in Sudan, the diasporic idea, and the identity that she has after 12 years of slavery. Saint Bakita was born in Sudan in a small village called Olgosa in Darfur region. She was born into a wealthy Sudanese family, but then abducted at the age of 7 to 8. In trauma, she forgot her name, but then the slave traders named her Bakita because she forgot her name. She forgot her name because of trauma, she forgot the name, and the slave trader named her Bakita because, which ironically called it as the fortunate one. She was forcefully forced to walk 200 miles in barefoot, and she was sold 2 times in that journey alone. In the next decade, she was treated as a property, changing from one country to another. She was totally trafficked through continent and several nations. She was beaten, abused, and degraded every day. And it is also evident that she has 114 scars on her body, which tells how brutal their owners were. The diasporic idea of how she was forcefully made to leave her motherland, and how she was put into slavery, and how the human trafficking still prevails in our world, is the most important thing that I will be discussing on this research paper. And she was a woman who did not know that she was a slave for 12 years, until she met Callisto Legnani, an Italian consulate agent. He and his family were the first person who showed love and kindness toward Bakita. She was a beautiful black flower of Africa who have gone through so many troubles in her life, the slavery that she had, and then gloriously bloomed with Christ. She converts herself after knowing that God's love is stronger than the humiliation and suffering that she had. After 12 years and 45 years of religious life, she wholeheartedly believed that God loved her the most. What identity can a slave girl have? Is it the one that the owners have given her? Not at all. Today, we look back to her, we read her life only because she made something different. She did not confide to the identity that a flight brought her. Rather, she took it from the dust. And now she is said to be Saint Bakita, the patron saint of human trafficking. In a 12 years of slavery, her life led to the holiness, and the pain which she had was transformed into a love for Christ. Thank you.
Okay, madam. You have wonderfully presented.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, it is about the slavery and the kind of liberation. Yes, I have one question. Yeah. Is there any significance, because you said that the number 114, 114.
Yes, sir.
114 scars. Is there any significance to this number?
As I have searched in like many websites, the YouTube that I've seen the video, it is that said that 114 scars, she was being marked in her body. So,
Okay, is there any significance for this number, 114?
No, sir.
Because you just take this and you relate it, or you look this work in the light of what the Christ love towards his people. Okay, this 114 is the angel number 114, which signifies the grace of God. Okay, so no more suffering. Okay, it means no more suffering. So after that, they will be liberated. They will be living happily. Okay, so that is it. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I think that is the undercurrent of this. Okay. Yes. Okay. Very good. So since we are in want of time, I want all the presenters to present as brief as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So next, let me call Ms. Jessica. First time English from Don Bosco College, Tirupattur. The topic is portrayal of women in the movies of Paranj. Ms. Jessica.
Yes, sir. Can I start, sir?
Madam, I think you need to enable the screen rotate option in your mobile. Yes. Now it is okay. Yes, you can start.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jessica R., the first English student from Don Bosco College, Elagiri Hills. I'm here to present my paper on the topic Portrayal of Women in the Movies of Paranjit. You don't make progress by standing on the sideline, whimpering and complaining. You make progress by implementing ideas. This is shared by Shirley Crisloom, first Black woman elected in the United States Congress. Portrayal of women in Tamil cinema has been a crucial one, as it was shown as women has been shown as the torchbearers of patriarchy and male chauvinism, and they were always under the dominance of men. But later in the 1980s, there came women-centric films like Aval Appadiran and Karuthamma, which gave liberation from deep roots of patriarchy. Later then, there was a huge gap in the Tamil cinema where it only showed male dominance and patriarchal things in the movies. After that, the emergence of Paranjit. Paranjit is a sensational director known for his films like Attakatti, Kala, Kabali, Madras, and Sapata Parambarai. He has enabled his ideologies in his films, showing that women are no less to men, and he also made that he was also a breaker of stereotypes in his films. Ranjit was also been advocating the ideas of Ambedkar in his films and in his social life activities. He also has Neelam cultural company. He has his own production house. He has also a music band named the Gaslit Collective, making revolutions across the Tamil cinema screens. Portrayal of women in pageantry requires a special appreciation as being very politically correct representation of women in this film, and Young Minds has made to seeing the misinterpretation of women all these years. Now we are privileged to see women being represented with dignity and privilege in his films. Even the minor characters in his films are so intense with broader perspectives, and always women in his films are being shown as a film of the working class. Puyal is a character of the daughter-in-law in the film Kala. She is shown as a woman who is so intense in fighting for his fighting for her people, and she's engaged herself in the local politics. When there is some riots in the local area, and she's been stripped of her pants by the police officers there, and yet she chooses not to go for a dress, rather than she chooses a weapon and hits the policeman there. This is very, very sensational, and it received so many critiques from all the film critics throughout the Tamil cinema. As every time the portrayal of women in Tamil cinema has been like women are more of their dresses and more of their culture. Women have also been in the verge of giving up their own life if they've been seen naked or if they've been sexually abused or harassed. But here in this film, she's been made to choose rod rather than fan, which shows that women are more above than their dresses and everything. Ranjit is known for his stereotype breaking. He also cast the normal skin actress or the dusky skin actress, not the fair skin actresses in his film, showing that the dusky skin women also need a major role in the films. Marginalized people have also been represented in his films. The establishment of his ideologies is portrayed. Female leads in his movies are represented as working class marginalized women. All his characters were too ferocious for reality or in the place of looking for a savior. The political correctness of his characters and maintaining gender equality for minor representations requires special appreciation.
Madam, I think you can brief your remaining presentation.
Yes, sir. He's taken this medium of cinema to bring back the rights of women and to portray them in the correct political form. And he has been the revolutionist who's created a counterculture for women and for the marginalized community. So I thank you and your college for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present my paper. Thank you, sir.
Yes, madam. First of all, I appreciate you for choosing this topic because it is a really unusual topic, and especially here it is something based on media studies also. And is there any research work which has taken place on this Paranjit women characters already?
No, sir. There have been reviews on this, but there is no research on this topic.
Okay. So, in your paper, have you given any work cited, reference text? Yes. Can you just read out those?
Yes, sir. Sure.
Okay, madam. I just saw your papers, and what I try to say is, see, of course, it is a welcoming idea to present our own ideas here, yes, based on what that in material in the newspapers and from magazines. Okay, so since it is literature, English literature, and we should try to find some kind of comparison from English literature. Okay, at least some kind of reference from this language. Okay, that is missing here. Otherwise, it is a wonderful work. Okay, and it is sensational also. Okay, and here you always mention about this patriarchal society, and my question is this: why can't we find movies like Paranjit's movies in nowadays scenarios?
So can you please repeat the question, sir?
See, in the present day scenario, why can't we find movies like Paranjit's movies? Or why are the directors not ready to dare to create some characters like Paranjit?
The main thing I feel is they're not sure of the ideologies that is revolving here. And one more thing is they want to make commercial films. Paranjit is a director who has made such ideologies into commercial films. All his films are also commercially successful films. He has made it a point that his ideologies get spread through people through these films, and also he has hit the commercial speed. All these films are big hits across the screens. But the other directors, I feel they are not into so much of ideology, or they do not want to take risk. They want to go in the same plot line or same sensational.
Okay, madam. And see here, this is since you are just in emerging stage. Just I want you to take care of certain aspects for your future presentation. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So please bring in some kind of relative incidents from English literature, okay, so that you can make a kind of comparative study. Okay, so definitely there should be some kind of references from English literature. Okay, so that would add more weightage to your presentation.
Yes,
okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No. Okay. So let us move to the next presenter. Let me call Muhammad Ali Murshid Mullah.
Yes, sir. Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Very good afternoon.
Try to condense within 3 to 5 minutes.
Okay. Very good afternoon, and I am very much thankful to the Department of English, Vivekananda College, KANYAKUMARI, Tamilnadu, and also to the Department of English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, and especially to Dr. Kavya Kavirasu, who actually helped me to come to this platform and share some of my findings and observations. And here I am going to present my paper entitled Trauma and Suicide, a reading of Michel Kunchar's Select Absurd Plays. In India, actually, the presentation of absurd theater is quite a kind of not fit, a situation that does not fit actually with the lifestyle of a third world country like India. But still some playwrights like Vijay like Maheshal Kunchar, Satish Alekar in Maratha, that in Marathi, that is in Mumbai, and in Bengal also, like Badal Sarkar, there is also Mahit Chattopadhyay. They have experimented the absurd theater. And in absurd theater, we have very often we come across the situations like suicide. The problem of suicide is there. Actually, it is not that suicide is very new phenomena in literature. Actually, if we go through the earliest dramas or the earliest tragedies of Greek and Rome, we see that the exercise of suicide is always there. So, for example, in Oedipus the King, we see Jocasta committing suicide. So also in Shakespearean tragedies, in Macbeth, we see Lady Macbeth is committing suicide, and many the examples are numerous. But my question is actually, in those earlier texts, we see that people are committing suicide out of grief, out of shame, or because they actually failed to lose control over the situation. These are the things in the earliest situations, in earliest tragedies. But the absurd playwrights, they actually introduced a new kind of suicide, a suicide that cannot be actually explained. And why men commit suicide and why they should not commit the same. This has been actually a philosophical problem that has been discussed in elaborate by Albert Camus in The Myth of Sisyphus. He writes in Myth of Sisyphus, Albert Camus writes, suicide is a truly serious philosophical problem. And he says, quote, judging whether life is or is not worth living amounts to answering the fundamental question of philosophy. People commit suicide because they judge that life is not worth living. Actually, people, they do not find answer to the most urgent questions of the meaning of life. So, for Camus, he says that it is not that people do commit suicide very through reflection. Actually, and this same thing has been experimented in Indian absurd theater by Mahesh Kunchar. If we go through Mahesh Kunchar's absurd plays like Reflection, Godson, or there is another sonata, etc., we see that he is presenting a situation that cannot be easily explained. And this actually, the situation that he cannot easily explain is absurd for Camus. And yes, let me say, Camus says, if the universe that we live, that we can in bad way also explain through reasoning, but in a universe where we suddenly find that things we cannot explain, and so it seems very much we seem that we are alien, and we feel that there is only one way to escape from this alienation is through suicide. In the Reflection, we see Kunchar actually has created 4 characters, and he has given none of them a particular name. He is calling them he, woman, girl, etc. So these are the names that he is giving. In the Reflection, we see he is an office worker who goes to office 6 days a week for 8 hours. He works, and so this routine life actually has contributed in his life a kind of trauma. So one day suddenly he finds in the mirror that he has lost his reflection. So he thinks that that it is possible for a man to live without a limb, without a hand, without legs, but it is quite impossible for a man to live without reflection. So actually he does not find answer to this question. And his mental condition actually can be explained, can be actually pointed out from various perspectives, like he is feeling a kind of insecurity, he's feeling to be teased because he feels that if people find that this particular man has lost his reflection, everybody will tease him. Okay, and he also finds that there is a crisis of existence. He says, once he says that my reflection does not exist because I perhaps don't exist. Can you see me? So this is a kind of crisis of existence. And there's also lack of sympathy for him. He finds that people will not have lack of sympathy for me. They will snatch my driving license. They will snatch my ration card, and so I will lose the
Excuse me,
car.
gentlemen. I think you can.
So, yes,
wind up.
just 1 minute. So that is why he actually jumps from the window and falls 5th floor on the road, and therefore he dies. And this actually situation cannot be explained through our normal reasoning. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, a wonderful presentation. Here you spoke about the trauma and suicide. Yes, of course, it is a absurd play, and of course, like many other absurd plays, like our waiting for Godot, toilet,
Yes,
or Muttai by Prabhanjan here in Tamil. So all these centers around one idea, that is that human beings are trapped in the routine.
Yes, yes, yes.
So it was not there before the Second World War.
Yes, exactly.
Before the Second World War, the people were liberal, and there was no routine as it is here in the modern world. Okay, because of this
exactly.
Industrial revolution and the mechanized life. Okay, so that lifestyle has made people, almost not only people from absurd place, but in the normal day-to-day life also we can see people, almost everyone got into this trauma. Okay, and if anyone is not into this trauma, then that person is considered to be some insane person. I think. Okay, so this is the situation of this is the present day situation also. Yes. So earlier you can see this when the absurd play came into existence after this World War, Second World War. People thought that this is temporary. Okay.
Yes.
And there is going to be a change, but it did not happen. Okay. So it is getting advanced, and it is getting, we are more getting entangled into this routine. Okay.
Exactly.
So of course, so that is like them, as you started, like the myth of Sisyphus. Okay, so the entangled routine is getting very strong, and the web is becoming it is getting woven day by day. Okay, so any questions? Okay, if there is no questions, I just this last observation, I just move to the next.
And yes, and I am very much fortunate that after we did our FIP in AMU, and I am listening from you, and looking.
I am sorry.
So
really happy.
I'm really happy, and I'm more fortunate that you are actually chairing this session.
Really happy to hear this.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And you did a wonderful presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And let's go to the next presenter.
Sir, I'm Christy here, sir. 6th presenter.
Madam. Yes. Crystal Lydia. Yes, madam. Madam, you can take 3 minutes, okay?
Okay, sir.
Okay, please.
Shall I press on the screen?
Yes, madam.
So good evening, everybody. I'm J. Crystal Lydia Jansi, research scholar, Nazir Margashis College at Mane, affiliated to Manumane Sundaranagari University. My research guide is Mrs. J. Mary Stella.
Madam, just to get into the point.
Okay, sir. So my title is From Culture to Society, a Marxist analysis of John Steinbeck's Grapes of Wrath. It's all about Marxist. So I have taken that Marxist Orientalism to the text as part of cultural analysis of the society, reflected in the literary text of Grapes of Wrath by John Steinbeck. Let me begin with a few words on cultural studies. So cultural studies gives an access to
Madam, directly get into point.
Is
What is your
so
final?
it, so So Marxism, no, it is actually part of cultural study, and this paper presents focus on actually John Steinbeck's The Grapes of Wrath with the theoretical lens of cultural studies, specifically Marxist orientation to the text. Cultural theories say most like a bricolage approach, adopting whatever seems useful at the moment to the society. So Chris Baker, his birth, cultural studies has always been a multi or post-disciplinary field of inquiry that blurs the boundaries between itself and other subjects. And also one more point I have to add, cultural studies are not about author or structure of the text, but how people consume the text and the text consumed by the people. And I have taken that there was actually struggle between proletariat and bourgeois. So there was an increasing cultural diversity in America due to increased population of foreign-born immigrants and also the migration workers in between the states of America. So John Steinbeck's epic novel, The Grapes of Wrath, so it is a masterpiece, and it was actually why they are migrating from that in between the states is because of Dust Bowl and the Great Depression which prevailed at that time, and it lasts till World War II, and so they are actually pressurized to move to the to another state for their livelihood. So in that situation, so they are facing some of the problems. I would have explained that in the paper, but I would like to just hint out them. One is they are actually undergoing starvation and severe starvation, and they are treating the persons like very slavery treatment. Even they are belong to the same nation, they are being treated in a slavery like slaves, and even they are calling the person of the people of Oklahoma, the state of Oklahoma people as Okies in order to degrade them, and they couldn't get any dignity at all even in their own country. So and one more thing, there were a great discrimination between haves and have-nots, and it still prevails not only at that time, and there is still that discrimination. We could feel that in the society. So the oppression bank is actually compared to that of the bourgeois, the behavior of the characteristic of the bourgeois, and the rich became richer and the poor became poorer, and the migrants they are streaming. So I would like to quote only one thing from the text, and that is, and the migrants streamed in on highways, and the hunger was in their eyes. When there was work for a man, 10 men fought with the low wage. If that fellow work for 30 cents, I will work for 15 cents. I will work for food. The kids know they are deprived of food, so I will work for the food. So similarly, so they have been fighting, actually fighting for getting a low wage. There is a fight, and that was so how can we overcome that negativity? So I have just found out that at the end of this research paper, I've been explaining how to overcome the negativity in this class differentiation which is found in our society. And one is education comes civilization, and the positive attitude in every individual, and the perseverance of the dynamic personality. And these are all some of the things which I have concluded. So I thank you, sir, and thank you, Vivekananda College and KONGUNADU Arts and Science College for giving me an opportunity to present my paper.
Okay, madam, it's a really good presentation, and you can find here this is about this post-cultural studies. Okay, since we are here in the arena of cultural studies, we have come out with this post-cultural ideology, and I just want to know, is there any solution for this problem in the post-cultural studies or in Marxism? Yes, you have put forth some problems.
Yes, I feel that it is still existing, but it has been in the disguise of some other form maybe. We can march towards it, but we couldn't conclude that we can find a clear cut or solid solution for this. But we can march towards that, and that requires not only education. The very education alone is not enough, and education with civilization can help us to achieve that. And the positive attitude in everybody, though we live in a negative in a society of negativity on one side, there are people who can achieve even amidst it. So we should possess that positive attitude in us. And the and the third one is the perseverance of dynamic personality. So we have to persevere till we achieve that equality in the society. That's what I have.
Okay, madam. As far as your presentation, yes, it is okay. But you must know one thing: this post-cultural studies, it focuses on accepting things as it is. Okay, because there is multiplicity of this culture, and you can see there is a lot of cross-breeding of culture, and we have to accept the things as it is. Okay, not sticking to one. We should not find or that ourselves identified with some ideology other. That is what you can find in this post-cultural. That is the thing which you can find here. So the acceptance is what the solution is. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
And the next presenter is Ms. Portia Charlene. Ms. Portia Charlene. Okay. Let me call the next presenter. The last presenter is Dr. R. Sandhya Lakshmi, Assistant Professor of English, KANYAKUMARI College of Arts and Science for Women, Chennai.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, madam.
Just 1 minute, sir. Good evening. I am Dr. R. Sandhya Lakshmi from KANYAKUMARI College, Chennai. The title of my paper is...
Kindly restrict your presentation within 3 minutes.
Yeah, yes. The title of my paper is Post-Colonial Dystopia in Manjula Padmanabhan's Harvest. So to know the post-colonial period, and we should first know the difference between post-colonial period and post-colonial period. Post-colonial period is a period just after the colonization, and the countries which were colonized by the colonizer, they will only think about the cause and effects of that colonization. But the period which comes after the post-colonial period is totally different from the post-colonial period. That is, post-colonial period is totally different. In the post-colonial period, the problem is not by the colonizer. The problem is someone else, it is totally a different perspective. Because it is during that period only the world, there was the economic globalization started. So when the economic globalization started by the end of 20th century or beginning of 21st century, these countries, which were the earlier colonized countries, when they were trying to rise or when they were trying to establish their own system, they were colonized again by they were again colonized, and this new kind of colonization is called as neo-colonialism. So this neo-colonialism is totally different from the colonization which happened earlier, because the colonization which happened earlier was region specific, but here it is not region specific, but it is policy specific. Here the colonizer is not British, it is not Eurocentric colonization. It is colonized by either by America or the world banking societies like IMF, International Monetary Fund, which gave fund for these underdeveloped countries or developing countries which were rising from the colonization. They offered money to rise up from the debts or to rise up from their poor economic condition. So these countries which were earlier colonized, they got a huge amount from these backing funding agencies or America, and they tried to establish or stabilize their economy. When they did this, when they got the money, they had to do some structural changes in their country. That is, the whole political and economical condition of the country was as per the directive of the person who is giving money. Here I am talking about the International Monetary Fund. So they made the structural changes in all these countries, and this was again a colonization which many people didn't know, because it was happening very secretly but very dangerous. So what the paper talks about is the post-colonial period in India, and this particular period is taken by Manjula Padmanabhan for her drama Harvest, which talks about the organ theft. Here the colonizer is America, which takes the organs of the people of the colonized country. So this happens very secretively, which does not know. It's not like the earlier geographical colonization by the British. It is happening very secretively, and the drama projects it. The first world country people, they colonize the third world countries. First world means the developed countries. The developed countries colonize the underdeveloped or developing nation. The developed countries are called as Global North, and the developing countries are called Global South. They are colonized. The Global North is colonizing the Global South. It is either through economical colonization or many other methods, which will not appear. Seemingly, it looks very normal. The country looks very normal, but actually they are colonized. They are colonized. Here in this particular drama, she talks about how these poor people of developing countries, they are forced to give their organs, the whole of organs, unspecified organs. They just write a bond to the rich people of the first world country so that they can take any organ when they want. So the entire play is talking about the dystopia that will happen in the post-colonial period. In a particular family in that Harvest play, they write a bond to one American company, multinational company, which tries to take, or which takes the organs of the persons in the family one by one. They first take the eyes and then the inner organs. So for the want of money or just to have a living, these people, poor people from the developing countries, they are forced to sell their organs to the people of first world country. So in the work called Empire, Antonio Neri and Michael Hart, they say that this colonization need not be America. This colonization need not be international funding agencies. Anybody who colonizes other is called colonizer and colonizer, colonized and colonizer parody. So it need not be like Eurocentric, or it need not be American centric, or it is not be centered on the agencies which give money. Anybody who dominates other people are called colonizers. So this is what is presented in this paper. I think I cannot go more than this because the time is very much restricted. Thank you, sir.
Yes, madam. A wonderful presentation, madam. It is really a kind of unique presentation and a new area of research. The post-colonial dystopia is, of course, a new area here. And your presentation reminds us of the emergence of the red market in the post-colonial era. And you can also see this. This has become a kind of victimized situation, and any victim becomes the colonized, and the victim, any victimizer becomes the colonized. So this is what we can find in the post-colonial era. So thank you so much for giving a kind of wonderful idea and presentation in this emerging area. Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. And so we have all the 5 presenters presented, and now I hand over the session to our head of the department, Dr. Sunil. Madam.
Yes. Ma'am, It can be a little bit on the screen, ma'am. Kandya, ma'am.
Good evening.
Very good evening,
Nice to
ma'am.
meet you here, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm so sorry that I think that we thought of calling you earlier. We know that the workload that you have, and then the time constraint that will make you suffer because of the heavy workload.
No issues, I can understand, ma'am. This happens in any conference when you have too many presenters, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, thank you, ma'am. And it was
Thank you, ma'am.
really a
Thank you.
wonderful presentation. And I'm so happy that you have come on screen so as to have look at you and so as to have a conversation with you, especially in especially especially 1 minute. Yes, ma'am. I'm so happy, ma'am, that you have come
Yes,
alive.
ma'am. We are looking forward to collaborate with you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The same thing that we expect from you also. And
Yes,
we
ma'am.
have already decided, as we have already decided, that we are going to have once again the collaboration with you, and we can make the same kind of programs in future also a very successful one. Thank you so
Yes, ma'am.
much.
Thank you, ma'am.
for
Thank
the
you
nice
coming in
presentation.
person and wishing me. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I have taken this opportunity to thank you in advance that we are going to uh, collaborate and undertake
Yes, ma'am.
all kinds of literary activities in future.
Yes,
Thank you
ma'am.
so
Yes,
much.
yes. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you
Thank you,
so
ma'am.
much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. K. Kavyarati, for taking through the session wonderfully by providing interesting and innovative ideas to the presenters. Now, I invite Dr. M. Senthilkumar to chair this session. Dr. M. Senthilkumar has 14 years of experience in teaching. His area of specialization is African literature. I'm glad to invite him to chair this session.
Thank you, madam. My voice is clear?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay.
Hello, you are audible, but your face is not visible on the screen. Sir? Yes.
Clear?
With yeah. With a green
Okay.
background, it's okay, sir. So,
Okay. Madam.
okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So happy to invite you to be the chairperson, and you please proceed, sir. Thank you.
So there are 5 scholars. Okay, they are going to present the papers. The first one, okay, Nafia K. Nas, first MA English, BG Department of English, Don Bosco College, EITELLCS, Tirupattur. Okay. Are you ready? Nafia Nas.
So, good evening. This is Priya from Fatima College. Could I present my research paper as a first presenter of this session?
Just wait, madam. We will
Yes.
consider the other department. Already the 5 names have been allotted. The Nafsia Nas, the second one Rajalakshmi, the third one Salini Saramana, the fourth
Sir,
one
excuse me, sir. Sir, sir, excuse me.
Madam.
Sir, Nafia, she will be presenting a paper by tomorrow because she has had a special request in which she has told that she is not able to present the paper today. She will present the paper by tomorrow. You please take this one into consideration. You please proceed with the next participant, sir. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Okay,
Thank you,
madam.
sir.
Okay, madam. Okay, madam. T. Rajalakshmi. T. Rajalakshmi of second MA English, BG Department of English, Don Bosco College, EITELLCS, Tirupattur.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, let's start.
Rajalakshmi.
Rajalakshmi.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm
Rajalakshmi,
sharing my slide, ma'am.
your face is not visible. You just share your presentation, live presentation with us.
Yes, ma'am.
Ah, okay.
Ma'am, is my slide is visible?
Yes, visible.
Okay, sir.
Yes, Rajalakshmi, you are visible, and your PowerPoint presentation is also visible, but it is not. Yeah, it is there. You please proceed.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. This is Rajalakshmi from second MA English from Don Bosco College, and I'm now going to present my paper in the topic study on the differences in diasporic experience as shared by the characters in Jhumpa Lahiri's novel The Namesake. The novel here we all know about the theory diasporic. It speaks about the sufferings of migrants, but there are different way they are suffering. This is the characters of this novel explaining the how they are suffer in different ways. This is how I taken my topic of my paper, and she is an American author. She published her first book, Interpreter of Maladies. It got a Pulitzer Prize for fiction, and this novel, The Namesake, is a debut novel. It also adapted for a film. It was published in 2007 and directed by Mira Nair. The major characters of this novel is Ashima, Ashok Ganguly, and Nikolai Gogol. Ashima is the character facing struggles of migrants. She is a homemaker, and she faced the loneliness in this novel. She felt very. She is from India and migrated to America after her marriage. Her character expresses the struggle of migrant homemaker in abroad. And the other character is Ashok Ganguly. He is the husband of Ashima, and he completed his engineering at MIT. He is totally opposite to Ashima. He enjoys his work and he enjoys in abroad all his life. And their child is Nikolai Gogol. He is the protagonist of this novel, and he is the person facing identity crisis in this novel. And the name Gogol, the Nikolai Gogol is an author name. Ashok, his father, once he met with an accident.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Don't பிரச்சனை. Okay.
Ashok's father met with a train accident, and he was rescued by the book he was reading. That was the short story by Nikolai Gogol. So by this, he gave his his son name as a Nikolai Gogol as a nickname. But when the name from her grandmother was missed, then so it will be a permanent name for him.
And here diasporic criticism. Diaspora, it is about the struggle of migrants who are struggled of socially, culturally, and economically. Here, the character Ashima is facing this because he felt lonely after his husband's arrival. He left alone in the home, and she felt very lonely there, and she doesn't have any companions to express her feelings, and this is the main theory I have applied in this novel. And about the identity crisis is about the character Gogol. When his father named his Nikolai Gogol, it was about his train accident, and in the sentiment he gave him his son as Nikolai Gogol. He felt that his father gave him a namesake. For the namesake, he gave me a name Nikolai Gogol. She doesn't know the background of his name, so he had a angry on his father. As this, he struggles for his name and abroad, and this he also felt that it is a Indian name. But he is in America, so he faced all the struggles of American who was mocking him because of his name. So he felt very much of his identity, and sorry. This is the struggle of identity humans are every migrants are facing in their settlement in abroad, and this is also the destiny of migrants. When migrants migrated to work or anything, they felt loneliness, that they have no companion as they wish, and they have identity crisis there itself. My notion is this is something different from all other novels. How the women struggle in diasporic, and this is the main topic, main concept of this paper. Women also, as a homemaker, she also face many struggles in abroad. This is the main concept that diasporica, and the struggle of identity is Ashok, and how name is the important for identity, and so that he also faces many identity crises in this novel because of his name. He faces many things.
Rajlakshmi, health needs. Rajlakshmi, have you completed your presentation? Are you able to listening? Kavi sir?
Yes, sir.
I think there's some network problem.
You can proceed to the next presenter, sir.
So Salini Saravanan, okay, she is going to home after this class from college. So next one, okay, Evangeline Gay, research scholar.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir, I'm ready.
Okay. You start your presentation.
Okay,
You may
sir.
start.
Good evening, everyone. The title of my paper is Post-Trauma New Normal Identity, Exploring Michael Ondrage's The English Patient. This study explores Michael Ondrage's The English Patient in the psychological point of view. Michael Ondrage, who is a Sri Lankan Canadian writer, wrote this novel, The English Patient, in the year 1992. The novel won the 2018 Golden Man Booker Award. The novel talks about the four main characters. They are Almasi, Hannah, Caravaggio, and Kirpal Singh. All these four characters are psychologically affected by the pain inflicted by World War II. This study mainly concentrates on two main characters, namely Almasi, who is known as the English patient, and Hannah, the Canadian nurse. Just as the characters in the novel suffer from psychological trauma inflicted by World War II, COVID-19 patients also suffer from psychological trauma. And this study compares traumatic experiences of both World War II and COVID-19 victims. The writer does not only uses characters but also landscapes to represent fractured psyche. The terms such as the destroyed chapel, the torn wall, churches being blown up represents a fractured psyche. It also explores how a traditional method known as talking cure has helped the fictional characters get over psychological trauma. Talk therapy or talking cure was first introduced by Sigmund Freud. It is similar to psychotherapy, and in this therapy, patients are asked to speak freely so that the therapist may understand the problem and help the patients. In this novel, the Canadian nurse Hannah acts as the therapist. She reads Herodotus' Histories, a book which Almasi used as a journal in his past. She considers Almasi as a despairing saint and helps him to recall his past memories. Almasi's stories were all fragmented as he suffered from fractured psyche. Towards the end of the novel, the character Hannah regained her positive self by allowing her to heal by taking care of the English patient Almasi. The character Almasi experienced psychological healing by recalling and sharing his forgotten past experiences and memories and sharing them with the other characters. Uh, by sharing his memories, he became the savior of other characters. Raymond Yunis, a critic, has written that these characters in the novel, The English Patient, though they have been brought together in a time of conflict and enmity, they managed to force between themselves as something that is quite beautiful and fast and lasting in the architectural range that surround them. This article finally concludes that just as Talking Cure helped many characters, helped the fictional characters to get over psychological trauma, it can also help COVID-19 victims to get over their psychological issues. Thank you. Hello. Sir, I couldn't hear, sir. Sir, I can't hear your voice.
Excuse me, sir. Senthil, sir. Okay.
Okay. So can you define PTSD?
Sir, I couldn't hear you. Can you repeat your question, sir?
PTSD.
Post-traumatic stress disorder, sir.
Okay. Is there any treatment, proper treatment for this disease nowadays?
Sir, many use cognitive behavioral therapy and many therapists like that, sir. But basic therapy they use talking cure. So it can create some kind of bond between the therapist and the patient who are coming for the treatment. So when they start talking about their issues, it automatically helps them to relieve from their psychological trauma to some extent, sir.
So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. The next one, okay. So, G. Needu, next one, are you ready? Research scholar, Kongunadu Arts and Science College.
Sir, am I audible?
Okay. You may present, audible.
Okay, sir. So, good evening, everyone. I'm Jeannie Tu from Second PG English of Kongunadu Arts and Science College. The topic I've chosen for my paper presentation is the irreproachable innocence of Rani in Girish Karnad's Nagamandala. Girish Karnad, as we all know, is a wonderful playwright. Nagamandala is one of the best plays of Girish Karnad, as he distinctly portrays the conflicts, endurances, and social accusations that a woman experiences during her lifetime. As he has been in the period of 20th century, he has come across the women who face all the struggles and strifes, and he also wanted to provide an awakening thought through his plays. In this play, Nagamandala, Karnad beautifully portrays Rani's elegance, and at the same time, he also brings out the innocence and fragileness in her, which is irremarkable. The sole cause for Rani's innocence is the patriarchal setup which she encounters throughout her lifetime. Rani was not given liberty to decide her own life with whom she has to spend the rest of her life. She gets trapped in a caged life with Appanna, whom her parents chose for her. She had no exposure to the outer world. She was not even given the freedom to question him back. Rani initially comes to the house to live a quiet domestic life with Appanna, but it ended in a vein where she lives in the darkness of crying all the day and night. Appanna also locks her in the house and by keeping a watchdog and also a mongoose, not to protect her but to avoid her from the outsiders, so that she'll stay alone in the home. Then Rani also feels very guilty for using the mythical roots against Appanna. She cries in the guilt as if she has committed a crime against her husband, because she was brought up in a well-pampered way, in a well-good mannerism, since her childhood. So she doesn't mean to hurt everyone, even a single creature in the world. Rani's act of innocence and ignorance is the main cause for her blindness, where she finds even difficult to recognize who sneaked in during the night time. She was unable to find that it wasn't her husband. All she expected was a love and care from her husband. And when she received this during the night, she did not mind much about the tormentations during the days by Appanna. Though she was skeptical in the behavioral changes of Appanna during the night time and during the days, she was not given the space to question him back. Both Naga and Appanna, for her, both the persons are same, her husband. As Rani has brought up in a well-pampered way, she doesn't hurt anyone, and she always wanted to be honest and honest to the people whom she spent the life with. Even when she was thrown into the situation of chastity, she revealed only the truth. It is a fact that I believe, whomsoever it may concern, if the heart and mind are pure, God will stand by them, even when the whole world conspires against their actions. And thus Rani is portrayed as a supreme being in front of every audience, the elders and Appanna. As she possessed the pure heart, she was considered as a supreme being by every audience. When everyone was against Rani, it was portrayed like God was supporting Rani to succeed in her life. The more she was suppressed, the more she bounced back to break her naiveness and innocence in order to lift up the act of humaneness. And thus, at the end, she received all the love and care and support from her husband, and she lived a ever happily life with Apana. To speak of innocence, she was not blindly innocent. She possessed the pure heart in this play. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for providing me this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very nice presentation. Okay. So why Chris Karnadi used the mythological techniques to the present reader, the modern readers and the modern audience? Do you have any ideas?
Sir, couldn't get you, sir. Actually.
Chris Karnadi used only he took the ideas from mythology to the present readers. Do you have any ideas why he chose the mythological ideas to the present audience?
Because he lived in that period, and he faced the struggles which a woman has undergone in his period. So he wanted to bring an awakening thought for all the audience, and that is why he provided all the mythical ideas in this place. I believe so, sir.
Okay, no, that's nice.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, very nice. The next one, Salini Saravanan, are you ready to present? Salini Saravanan, are you here? Salini Saravanan. Kavi sir. Salini Saravanan, are you here? Kavi sir. Is there any problem? Kavi sir. Adi sir.
Sir. Sir, sir.
Any problem?
So I will check it also. Sendil sir, have you completed your sharing session? Sir, have you completed your sharing session?
Okay. I got completed, then we'll place one more.
So you have two more presenters, am I right?
Yes, Nafia first of MA first English, Don Bosco College Electrocardiograms. I think is going to present optional. The next one, Salini Saravanan of MA second English, Sarada College for Women, Salem.
Are they going to present the paper now?
I don't get any idea, sir. Okay. There is no reply from his answer only.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for wonderfully chairing the session, sir. Next, I would like to call on Mr. Adi Narayanan to chair this session. Mr. Adi Narayanan has 10 years of teaching experience. His specialization area includes African literature and English. I'm glad to invite him to chair this session.
Okay, thank you, Professor Abhisheka. Fine. I feel very happy to join with you as a chairperson on this conference. So I have 5 presenters So I list out the names of the presenters now. Dr. G. Priya, Assistant Professor from Fatima College, Madurai. The second one, E. Jijita Berry, Assistant Professor, Soka Ikeda College, Chennai. And third one, D. Deepa, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Soka Ikeda, Ikeda College of Arts and Science for Women, Chennai. Third one, P. Balamuthu Mariswari, Research Scholar, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore. The fourth one, Sindhu Parkavi, second MA student, Sri Sarada College for Women, Salem. Yes. So, a small advice for the presenters. So, kindly present your session within 3 minutes. I mean, like a micro teaching. It is enough for this session. I think so, because time is going on. First of all, I call upon Dr. G. Priya, Assistant Professor, Fatima College, Madurai, to present the topic on post-colonial discourses and realization of cultural identity in leopard censors poetry. Welcome, ma'am. Dr. G. Priya, ma'am, from Fatima College.
Yes, sir, I am here, sir. 1 second, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
One second, sir. I'm trying to present my screen.
Dear Professor Adi.
Yes, ma'am.
Please presenting the paper.
Professor G. Priya, Dr. G. Priya from Fatima College. I think Madam is preparing.
I see that the screen gets disconnected or not. Is there any poor connection? Priya?
Yes, ma'am, I'm very much clear. One
Okay.
second, ma'am, I'm just trying to present my screen, please.
Okay, okay.
Professor Priya ma'am, shall we go for our next presenter? I think time is going on. I think some technical issue on your side. Are you ready, ma'am?
Yes. Could you ask some?
Ma'am, your voice is breaking. I think some technical issues. Okay, fine. Let's move to next presenter. I invite Miss E. Jijita Mary, Assistant Professor from KOIMBATORE College of Arts and Science for Women, Chennai. Jijita, Madam? Yes.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, audible. Carry on.
Everyone. And my title is Psychological Legacy of Slavery in Toni Morrison's Beloved. That's what I chosen for this topic. And my paper talks about, actually it describes the horrors of slavery and how it affects everyone's life individually. Okay, so that's what I'm going to talk about. And we all know that women in Africa, they suppress due to gender, class, and they may have oppression, okay, I mean economic oppression, all these things they were facing.
Jitita?
Yes, ma'am, am I audible? Sorry,
You're audible. Can you share your screen? Are you presenting in PowerPoint mode?
Yes. Okay, so we all know that women in Africa, they face so many problems like gender, race, and economic oppression, and all those things they are facing. But for slaves, their condition is even worse. Actually, they are forced into sex slaves, and they have to go the white masters' children. So they were suppressed. They have to take care of all these things. So in this novel, we come to know that she have to safeguard her child from slavery. For that, she murdered her daughter. And we, in one side, we can think that how come a mother can kill her own daughter? But if we think about psychological way, we come to know that she want to put full stop for slavery. I mean, she want to put full stop for, she don't want to send her child under slavery. Okay, so for that purpose, there she was showing her motherliness. That is, as we all know that the mother can go to any extent to dirty herself to retain the purity of their daughters. Okay, so that hard-heartedly, she just murdered her daughter. And during the 10 minutes of time, what are the sufferings which she have undergone? That's what she was beautifully explains, that the 10 minutes that was longer than a lifetime, and it was more pulsating, and the baby's blood that was just soaked her finger like oil. Okay, so like that she just goes on portraying how she feels when she was doing doing that kind of thing to the daughter. Okay, so we know at one point of view we have to think that the murder which she does is an art of love and not for hatred. Okay, because only to safeguard her from slavery she did that. And we very well know that when she murdered her daughter, she tries to write beloved in the tombstone. So there we come to know to whom we can name beloved, only the person to whom we want to continue throughout our life, and they may be so important to us. Only for that person we can give name as beloved. So she has given the name to her daughter. And one more time we come to know that we know the damage done to Seed and some other slaves. There is no end for that. We know they, some case they can escape or they may freed from slavery, but deep inside it was continued to affect them spiritually or mentally or psychologically. They may undergone this trauma. So Toni Morrison beautifully explains this through the technique of magical realism, and she was connecting how she was the magical connection with the beloved, and how she have the real connection with the daughter Denver. Okay, all these things she was beautifully connected through the technique magical realism. Yes, thank you, sir.
Sir, I am ready, sir. This is Priya. I am ready, sir, now.
Adi? Professor Adi? You have muted yourself, unmute. And now only you have unmuted.
Yes, ma'am. I noticed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please carry on. Please carry on.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, Jijita Mary has presented her presentation well, and I appreciate her for a short time presentation. Very good. Worldwide popularized novel, Beloved, is written by Toni Morrison. And my question is, in what way you have chosen this kind of topic? I mean, title, Psychological Necessity of Slavery. Of course, slavery is the common term, and also it has been done in Africa, especially blacks, for every time. But in this novel, how could you choose this kind of the relevance?
Yes, when we are reading the novel, we come to know that mother and daughter relationship is what presented well there. So we come to know in one side, in one point of view, somebody will say that Seed's point of view is wrong. But as a motherliness, as mother's point of view, if you are looking at the novel, means we come to know what she does is one point of view that is also acceptable. So the mother-daughter's relationship and how they are psychologically they were suffering to be mingled with the mother and daughter, and how their connection is just moving out because of the magical realism. So all these things I want to put it out, so that I have selected the topic as psychological legacy of slavery.
Okay, fine. Very good. Is there any questions from the audience?
Sir, I have a question.
Yes.
Ma'am, do you agree that the daughter beloved is Said's own daughter?
Yes, I agree with that. Because in a point of view of magical realism technique, I guess we can agree with that. Because we know that Toni Morrison have put the technique as magical realism. So in that point of view, I guess we can agree with that.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Any queries from the audience participants? Okay, fine. Thank you so much, Mr. Tamilnadu. Better luck. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next I invite Dr. G. Priya, Assistant Professor from Fatima College, Madurai.
Good evening, everyone. This is Priya from Fatima College. Sorry for the inconvenience. I am now here to present a research article on the title Post-Colonial Discourses and Valorization of Cultural Identity in Leopold Sedar Senghor's Poetry. There have been multitude voices in African poetry which capsulizes the effects of colonization, African cultural identity, interpersonal relationships, negritude, Pan-Africanism, slavery, exile, diaspora, patriarchy, mystics of religion, and the universal theme of love and betrayal. And here now I am about to correlate Senghor's negritude movement and
Dear Priya ma'am, dear Priya ma'am, sorry for the interruption. Your face is not completely visible.
Is it, ma'am?
No, half only is visible, ma'am.
Okay. Is it, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. You try to avoid reading, ma'am. You
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Fine.
ma'am. And your face is not so audible. You please make, sorry, your face is not so visible. Please present, you just give in a nutshell, ma'am. No need to get tensed. Just present your paper, that's all. Okay.
Now here, like,
still you are not visible, ma'am. You can see the screen and you can understand whether your face is completely visible or not.
Yes, ma'am, definitely.
Half only seen, even now.
Okay, ma'am. Is it, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
So here coming to Senghor's poetry, like his politics, it also criticizes the colonialization while achieving an optimistic tone for a brighter future of Africa. And the oral and written poetry of African poetry, it mirrors the tradition and modernity, juxtaposing the two poles of African writing. The culture, tradition, myths, and the richness of the African continent. And here I have taken the first poem, New Ark, written by Senghor, where he uses the setting Manhattan to juxtapose the colonial imperialism that has led to the destruction of the African ideologies and cultural practices. The speaker in this poem, he is trying to see something new in the city, but he doesn't find anything at all. Though he says, when he begins the poem, he says, New Ark, at first I was bewildered by your beauty, those huge, long-legged golden girls. But then slowly he continues to say that it is God's tombstones, and he connects that to Harlem Renaissance with intertextual references throughout the poem. He highlights the literary works of the poets like James Weldon Johnson, County Cullen in his poem. And the stereotypical images in the poem brings out that he wants a collaborative cohesion of the two composite cultures, black and white, the unification of the people, erasing the oppressors, and the image of the black skins by the white people. In the next poem, Black Woman, Senghor, he describes the enchanting physical beauty of the black woman, and metaphorically, a black woman as such, it stands for Africa on the whole, wherein Senghor, he proudly affirms that the black woman stands for the culture and tradition of Africa. And here he brings about he presents the black woman with diverse roles as a beloved, as a tenderly mother, and as a startling image of physical beauty. At the end of the poem, he says, before jealous fate turn you to ashes to feed the roots of life. So throughout the poem, he speaks about Africa as the naked woman, black woman. I sing your beauty that passes the form that I fix in the eternal. And the next poem I have taken for study is Prayer to Mars. And here we have Mars as a symbol of the African ancestors, wherein the speaker communicates with the different colors of the Mars cheerfully. There are different colors presented like the black, white, red, rectangular marks, and this communication is done, like conveying the message of as an equilibrium to honor the ancestors. And we have the elements of connectivity, warmth, and radiance of existence. Here, Sengoku vociferous his ancestors who stand guard, shielding the afterlife from femininity, joy, and mortality. And the next poem, we have two poems here. The two poems are like to the Negro American soldiers, wherein Sengoku elaborates the traumatic experiences of war, and to the music of chorus and ballad. This again is a war poem. And here into the music of chorus and ballad poem, we have the idealization of Africa, linking the continent to the identity of blacks. Here he states that African childhood is a paradise, and he describes Africa as a land of purity. Senghor also demonstrates the cleanliness and beauty of the continent, which was free without any harshness of the forbidding land inhabited by the uncultured Africans. And there is one other poem, Assassinations, where Senghor brings in the stark reality of the war again. In vain they cut your laughter, in vain the blacker the flower, the blacker your flesh. The color black here represents the mournful nation, Africa as a whole. And the last poem taken for study is Night in Sign, where again Senghor presents the imagery of Africa, like it has evocative imagery and rich metaphors, and also like the socio-cultural values of Africa, which has been contrasted with the onslaught brought in by colonization and later on by imperialism. And so that decades after the end of formal colonization, the task remains, like reconstituting national culture and values. To conclude, Senghor makes negritude as a weapon against colonization and also an instrument of liberation. The exemplary goodness of his native culture marks a rich difference between rational relations of warranted reference and tyrannical impositions of power. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Such a wonderful presentation. I have no queries. Is there any questions from the audience? Any queries from the participants? Well, thank you so much, ma'am. Dr. G. Priya, Assistant Professor of English from Fatima College, for your valuable contribution through your presentation for this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, dear organizers.
And then yes. Next, I invite Mr. P. Balamuthu, sorry, Miss P. Balamuthu Mariswari, PhD Research Scholar, Department of English, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore. Yes?
One second.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, Deepa ma'am.
Sir, you told me that I'll be presenting as a third person and waiting here. I have to leave room.
Okay. Can you present after this?
Sir, actually, my colleague is waiting for me.
What your problem? You can present. Wait. Yes. Professor Deepa, Department of English from Sogaikada College of Arts and Science for Women, and her topic is Insights of Danger and Passion in Burma's Officer. Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I'm here to talk about my paper on Insights of Danger and Passion in Burma's Half Sari. Okay. Now, let me tell you what made me to select this particular topic. Okay. I'm much interested in talking about colors. Okay. I actually see colors in literature. So I felt that while reading this work, I can talk about colors. And here in this particular short story, this is from a collection called Harum, Skarum and Other Stories, which is translated by Ravi Shankar, N. Ravi Shankar. Here you have 10 stories, but I'm much concerned about Hafsari because that is the only story where I saw that the protagonist does not appear in the scene at all. It is only through the dialogues of the other characters we get to know that there is a vibrant young girl who is like Chelakili, okay, whose name is Chelakili. As her name suggests that she is a loving parrot, she is the apple of the eye to her parents, and she is the most interesting character in the story. So I thought I can deal with her. Like when I started reading the character of Chelakili, I was taken to the root of the father character. His name is Irulappan and her mother is Arlai. So now these two characters speak a lot. Arlai speaks a lot, like all the mothers, and Irulappan stays quiet for some times. So there I thought that I can talk about the three prominent images which deliberately explain the consequences of the work. So the number one, the symbol that I concentrated is red chili plant and white flower that the plant had. The white flower, according to my senses, it stands for vibrant, it stands for purity and other things. So I thought I can associate this white color flower to Chelakili, who is also young, vibrant, who is also innocent. As a white color suggests, the character of the white color is associated with Chelakili. So then another following image is red chili plant. So always we associate this word red with danger, passion and other things. And we know that red, which stands for passion and danger, is contradictory in nature. So here I thought that Chelakili, the important character, is of danger. Okay, she is of complete danger and she is of passion. Her passion is to become a school teacher. Even that we get to know through the father Irulappan, who wants to educate her till 12th standard and make her as a school teacher, which is not accepted in the Dalit community. It is happening in the Dalit community. So now I see Chelakili to be a red chili plant who is full of vigor and passion. Her danger is that she comes under a landlord's daughter. She was forced to death. She is not literally taking up death. She is forced to death, and that is only through the power. Okay, the power, that is the landlord's daughter. There is a difference between Dalits and non-Dalits in the work. So here, Chelakili, Irulappan, Arlai come under Dalit community, whereas landlord's daughter come under non-Dalit community. And it is a place where we can see how these people who couldn't talk back, the Dalits who could not talk back, they try to express their emotion only through symbols. And that's a place where we saw the white flower, red chili plant, and the most prominent image is red davani. Okay, initially Bama has stated that it is half sari, the title is half sari, but when you get to know about it, towards the end of the work, you'll get to see that there is a red davani where it stands as a connectivity between the father and Chelakili. Now, the red davani stands as a danger because the father commits suicide using that particular davani. And we are not very sure about what pushes him out and all. So the one place where I saw that the red plays a very important role is the death. The danger is always there. For the Dalit community, the danger is around them. Okay, through the means of Marxism, there are many avenues of opening up this particular short story. One is Marxism. You can see it as a point of Marxism, where you can talk about the working class and the bourgeois class. That is one point. Another point is that we can again and again talk about oppression, suppression, and other issues that the community, Dalit community, is particularly undergoing. So my research work completely concentrated on the spaces of symbols, how the symbols play a vital role and how they try to communicate to the audience. So that's what my research paper concentrated on. So I end my presentation with this.
Okay, thank you, Professor Deepa. So, such a wonderful topic. The color universally plays a vital role in various sectors, and even we can say that what shall I say? In many fields, we can see the colors which reflect something towards us. But we have chosen this work, Bama's half sari, and we have illustrated through color in various aspects. Actually, we can see in political field like the party's emblem, like that. But it is totally different on your presentation. So, what is the core of the color? We have compared with this in various aspects, but according to you, what do you feel about, from my observation previously what I told you? Can you tell me what is your observation on color only about Bama's half sari?
So yeah, I felt that the color plays a vital role. As you said, it is a universal thing, but to my senses, it communicates emotion and feelings. So I thought I can bring those emotion and feeling which is buried in the name of color and open it up to the readers.
Okay, fine. Do you think that in real world color gives the real impact to you? I mean, in connection with our emotions or feelings like that?
Yeah, definitely, sir. Let me give you a simple example. See, when we are happy, we'll select for a dress which is very close to our heart. In clothing, I'm telling you, sir. Maybe the color that we like is always associated with our feelings and emotions. We don't wear colorful dresses for mourning, for death. When we go to funeral and other places, we don't wear bright colors and all. We just try to accommodate ourselves with the mildest color.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for the nice presentation. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for chairing this session. Now, I would like to invite Dr. K. Sumadi, Head and Associate Professor of English, Vivekananda College, to chair this session. Dr. K. Sumadi has 22 years of teaching experience. Her specialization area includes various literatures like American, Indian, African, Canadian, and English language teaching. She has contributed to many articles and journals in various national and international conferences. She is also the member of Board of Studies. I'm glad to invite her to chair this session.
Yeah, I am so happy to share this session, and I am expecting with eagerness to view or to watch the live presentation of her. Yeah, I'm very eager to watch the live presentation of Vivekananda, second in English. She is having the college for women seller. I'm so happy to invite you to present your paper. Vivekananda,
Yes,
am I
ma'am.
audible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Please carry on. Your face is not visible.
Good evening, one and all. So,
Your face is not visible.
Yes, ma'am. Give me a minute, ma'am. Ma'am, is it visible? Am I visible, ma'am?
Yes, madam, you are visible.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. So, shall I present my screen, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Just give me a minute.
Okay, please.
So, good evening, one and all. So, my title on the paper presentation is An Interpretation on Colonized Perception in A.K. Ramanujan's poem Small Scale Reflection on a Great House. So, I'm Sindhu Parthavi. So, let us move into my presentation. So, about the poet, so he's Attipatti Krishnaswamy Ramanujam. So, he was a poet, scholar, translator, and a playwright. He wrote both in English and Kannada, and his poetry is famous for his thematic and formal engagement. And he was awarded the Sahitya Academy Award posthumously in the year 1999 for the collected poems. So, next is about the poem. So this poem comprises of 91 lines, which is written in free verse. So the poet speaks about the impact of people after the colonial rule. So my abstract, it deals about the it deals about the deep reading of Ramanujan's poem Small Scale Reflection on a Great House. So he is a post-colonial poet who induces the essence of his thoughts through his poems. So the aim of the paper elucidates the impact of colonial rule in an independent nation. So it says about the positive and negative connotations that are clearly depicted in this poem. So this paper tries to show different interpretations from the colonized perspective and the transformation of rule over the nation. So as you can see that small scale reflection on a great house are based on those topics. So that is the trading purposes. So at first Britishers came into India for trading purpose, as we all know. So a platform was given to fulfill all their needs and to sell their goods, to sell their finished goods. So the poems begins with a very confusing line that everything comes into the house always stays back, or if it leaves, come back again to the doorstep. So things piles upon other things which came into the house at varying times. So this can be compared to the opportunities given to the Britishers to set up their hold over the Indian territory. So next is about the imitation of Western culture. So the people of our country started to imitate the Western culture, and the thought that colonial tradition make them superior to lead a better life. So this slowly degraded the own culture and the tradition. So this made colonizers to earn more and started to impose their tradition and culture over our country. So they modified all the goods using the raw materials from our own country and sold the goods according to their own style. So the goods that returned back the poem indicates about the status of women in the country. So earlier women were not allowed to taste their freedom, but there comes a positive change after the colonial period. That is, women started getting better education and opportunities, and they look after their basic needs. After the colonial rule, this was happened after the colonial rule. So here 100 library books. Here the poet has incorporated this word and this sentence, the 100 library books. So he says that there are 100 library books which look very pathetic. This can be compared to the ruined Gurukul system of our motherland. So Britishers brought in English education, and this faded away the Gurukul system of traditional system of our motherland.
So next is about nepotism. Nepotism means this means that favoring our relatives or friends by using our power. So this can be incorporated this can be compared with the breed dynasties among the legal words. So in this poem, he has mentioned the breed dynasty among legal words. So it is obvious that government and politician rule of our country defines the breed of dynasties. So next is about the change in food style. The sweets and dishes bought in by the neighbors are described as greasy sweets. So that greasy sweets are offered to the god on his wedding anniversaries. So these kinds of sweets slightly went down after the colonial rule. So, as we all know, many food items like tea, bread, coffee, cake that we all have today are the best follow-up of Britishers after their rule in our country. So nowadays, each and every special occasion is celebrated with a cake cutting culture. That is all because of the impact of colonial rule in our country. So next is about the clothing culture. So the poet talks about the Indian cotton that went abroad and came back to us as cloths with a large price. So Indian handicrafts were largely charged heavily when they were sent to the other countries. So India, from being an exporter of cloths, became just an exporter of raw cotton and the importer of British cloths and products. So looting valuables. So the poet says there are people who come to the country, take information from our own country and assume that it belongs to them. So and take back to their home, take back to their own country. So as we all know, Kohinoor diamond was taken up by the people during British rule. So next is about these soldiers. The sacrificed soldiers' bodies will return to the houses through planes, trains, or military trucks. So here he has mentioned clearly the transport facilities used in our own country. That is, these all have developed after the colonial rule. So the transport system helped the Indians to live their lives in a better style. So poet has written this poem without any rhyme and without any rhyme or to give any musical pleasure. So it can be compared to Mother India without any type of pleasure to enjoy their own freedom. So when there is no freedom, the the country loses its essence of power to lead a happy life. So I would conclude that colonizers made many rules to subjugate the growth of Indian people. So the Britishers brought new ideas which have developed the country and also ruined the tradition and culture of our Mother India. As the coin has two sides, the impact of British rule also have two sides. So it has brought the changes and helped the people to maintain their lifestyle, and there has been a greater transformation that has put an end to some of the traditional practices in our own country. So that's it. Thank you for giving me this great opportunity. Thank you, Ananda.
Okay, thank you so much for an elaborate presentation on R.K. Ramanujan's poem, Small Scale Reflections on a Great House. And then regarding the submission of your abstract, I have one suggestion that you are just in such a hurry, you have sent only 5 lines of abstract that may not be okay for an international conference. So it is for your betterment, I suggest this. You please take it in the right sense and positive way so as to develop your writing style at present as well as in future. That may be helpful and that would speak of your standard when you present your abstract. And then with it's okay. Then that is over. And then you just said that you just referred to the opening lines of the poem
they are very confusing. And you just quoted the lines also. Everything comes into the house, stays back. And then he just has given the superficial meaning to these three, the first line also. And you just went deep into that and you just made a critical analysis of the poem, stating that the colonization, how it dominated the Indian culture and how we people became subservient blindly to the customs, culture and lifestyle, food style, everything. And then you mentioned it. In which way do you say that the first line is so confusing? There is no confusion at all as far as my observation is concerned, that everything comes back into the house, stays back. It's so clear that whatever, yes.
Ma'am, actually, when my professor, she just gone through those lines. We don't have any idea about those lines, ma'am. First in the earlier, but after that, when she imposed the ideas, we got to know that this is based on the colonial rule, the impact of colonial rule. So for me personally, it was a confusing line, ma'am. Actually, when I started to read those lines, for me it was a confusing line. So I have just incorporated in my paper, ma'am.
Okay, then why can't you take it in such a sense that everything comes into the house, stays back? It may be once again about the colonialism, the dominant culture of colonialism might have occupied us and it never left us. And it stays back and it has made us slaves to the foreign culture. Why can't you take it? If you just interpret the line in such a way that you can, there is no need of any confusion, because whatever we have learned from the foreigners as well as the colonizers, it would never leave us, because as you mentioned that we have become slaves to their style, culture, tradition, everything, and we have lost our own. But still, there is a trace of our Indian culture. That's why your dress code and my dress code resembles the same. So we never would, though we, to some extent, as life compels, as there is a pressure that we have to be like this. We have to make use of all those things without losing our tradition and culture. So when you just look into such things, because it's our Indian culture, in which he says that not only this, whatever dishes that we get from the neighbor's house, whatever things that we send from a house, even the women when they get married, and we think that they would not come back. And he has mentioned that the women who has got married, we thought that they won't come back, but they have come back after becoming widows. All the things had been mentioned, because we too had taught this poem line by line, so that we know that this thing has two sides, as you mentioned, but still you can give a more critical approach to this poem, stating that because of this, all that he has written this line. So everything comes into the house, stays back, in the sense that we have just copied, and whatever we copied stays with us. That is the thing. Okay, there is no need of any confusion. Thank you so much for the clarity that you maintained, and the presentation that you delivered with all confidence. Thank you so much for the support that you have extended. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Ajit, Sindhu Parkway over. Maheshwari, Research Scholar, KONGUNADU Arts and Science College, Coimbatore. The portrait of women characters in Anita Myers. Lesson in 22. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Am I
No, my voice is audible. My voice is clear. Ma'am.
Yes, madam. Madam, you just, yes. Your PowerPoint is visible.
Good evening, ma'am. Your voice is breaking, sir. Hello. Voice is clear, sir.
Yes, madam.
Shall I present my paper?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Shall I start, sir?
Yes, you can. Proceed. Proceed.
Hello.
Yes, madam, you can proceed, madam.
Okay, today my topic is the portrayal of women characters in Anita Lessons in Forgetting. So why I chose this novel? I like her novels because it is related to the current situations of female women nowadays in the society. So I chose Anita Nayar's novel. She is a Carolist, is an Indian novelist. She was born on 26 January 1966, Shornur, Kerala. And her best novels are Betterment, Mistress, Ladies Coupe, and Lessons in Forgetting. I chose Lessons in Forgetting because it's focused on female suicide and gender discrimination, love and dependence on family members, forgiveness, redemption, independence. These are the objectives I'm going to expose through these characters: Meera, Saro, Leela, Smriti, and Kalachiti, Sharada, Nayandara. These characters I'm going to focus Meera, Smriti, and Kalachiti. The first character is Meera. See, when she is
Sorry for the interruption. Share your screen, ma.
Hello.
Okay. Your video.
Yes, ma'am. Is this okay, ma'am? Okay, ma'am?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. So here, Meera is the protagonist of this novel. When she is spinster, she is depending upon her father. Words after her marriage, she depend upon her father.
Hello, Mariswari. Hello, do you hear me? Hello, Mariswari. Hello, Mariswari.
Ma'am, my voice is audible. Hello.
Now only there is a break in your voice. I think that you have some technical problems there. Mic, you just hold your mic very close to your mouth and then you speak.
Okay, ma'am. So, Untitled, I mean, this chapter, When after their marriage, they have two children. One is eldest children, Nayandara, and second son name is Nikhil. When they attended the meeting, party, sorry, attended the party. During that party, Giri, without her knowledge, she left the party because he wanted only he only loves her property, not for her love. Because when he wanted to marry her, she has a certain lilac house. So he loves only that time. So he ready to marry Mira at that point of view. So when Mira realizes that he focuses only on her property, not for family members, she moves to the next step. She is not worried about that. To the next step and she take care of her full family. Her mother, her mother Taro, and her grandmother Leela, and their old family members. After she never thinks about her own desires and except for becoming a perfect housewife for Giri. When she is, when she get married, Giri, she perfect housewife for Giri. After that, she realized Giri's choice to marry her is only sell the beautiful house and not to love for her. So when her first eldest daughter Nayandara said that you are the only reason to leave left my father. So she also accepts her point of view, but she is not take her in her mind. She moves to the next step. So she wanted to focus on her family member. So she emerged as a new woman. She finds a job as a research assistant to Professor Jag. She is a major character in this novel, Jag Krishnamurti. And the second character is Smriti, Jack's daughter. She is rebels against the gender discrimination, but she loses the battle because of the false traditions, rituals of the particular place, Munjikapuram. So, being a new woman, raised her voice in her feminine space against a female forticide. And the particular person's freaks accident, that means particular person attacks her. After that, she lost her life, because after that, in the end of her life, she logged in a combat with memory, making caustic faces and emitting grunts and growls like a wild animal in pain, but is unable to express. So she loses her life, but she rebels against the gender discrimination. Next, I wanted to focus Kalachiti. She is the Jack's wife's sister, Sarada's sister, Kalachiti. She is also a corporate wife to her husband Ambi, but she is dominate her. He is also dominate her. When she realizes that, she also moves from there. So she moves to the next step. That means she acquires her own feminine space. She cut her hair. So Ambi loves her hair only, and after childless, so she Ambi married the next person. So Kalachiti also accept and moves to the next step. She doesn't worry about. She did not worry about her her husband. Next, the other female characters in this novel, being Nayandara, Smriti, being strong, independent women from a new generation, lived in their own spaces, but with their lives. So nowadays, the current situations, the female characters are like that. We wanted to do something for the society, but we lose our life. That is the conclusion I wanted to say, that here Anita Nair focuses her protagonists who are economically independent, but still they do not have control. Their own life and even major decisions of their life are taken by others. So in this novel, she tells how women suffer after getting married and without marriage. So I wanted to conclude that whatever situation a woman is in, she has to suffer a lot in the patriarchal society. That is why I wanted to conclude this topic, ma'am. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you that you have chosen as a woman the portrayal of main characters in Anita Nair's lesson in forgetting. And then as I think that you have accepted with the conclusion that you have made before going for the comments, you please see to the pronunciation that you make, especially for LOSES, losers. You just mentioned, it may be due to tension you might have, but still it's better to avoid such pronunciation. You just said losses, and then for feticide, you just mentioned that it's a foticide. So you please try to avoid such pronunciation. And because we language teachers, we should be very careful of our pronunciation. And doesn't matter that as you are an emerging PhD research scholar, one day you would become Dr. Balamuthu Maniswari, and then by the time you should not be corrected by anybody. So you please see to that such things should not happen to you. And another thing regarding your presentation, you just mentioned three major characters by name Meera, Smriti, and Kalachti. And you just highlighted that Meera, she lived a life of subjugation. That is, she remained so passive and she didn't get any chance to make her choice. And then next one you said that she is somewhat revolutionary, but she too did not live her life. She too is a figure of failure. And the next, when you spoke about Kalachiti, or when you mentioned the character of Kalachiti, you said that her husband was given importance to their external beauty, especially the hair, which can be easily thrown out or which easily falls off from our head, is given importance by her husband. And you said that she doesn't want to be a slave to her husband's attraction. She has cut her long hair, which has made it short this way. But still, this she doesn't live her life. This is the way you just pointed out that all the three characters, they haven't lived their life. However, we try to be revolutionary. However, we try to maintain our own space. We still suffer under the clutches of patriarchal society. With this, you have concluded. You say that you are under the clutches of your father, brother, when you go for this live presentation. My question, do you hear me, ma'am? Do you hear me?
Ma'am, your voice is breaking, ma'am.
Do you hear me?
Now okay, ma'am. Now okay. Now clear, ma'am. Now clear.
You have said now that all the three characters, they remained the object of somebody's pleasure and they have not lived their life. Though they wanted to be independent, they could not lead their life. This is a way, and all the three, they have caught under the clutches of patriarchal society. They are not able to extricate their selves from. Hello? Matter sir, முடிச்சிடலாம் அவங்க ஓட்டாங்க ஒருவேளை So anyhow, I just thank all the participants who preferred a live presentation. Thank you so much. And then the session would be concluded by Professor Abhi. Only 5 participants are there. I think that we people are only there. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing this session. Here is an announcement for the presenters who extended their willingness to present their papers. Participants who couldn't present your papers today are requested to present it tomorrow. Now we reach the end of the session. I thank all the participants for your patient listening and kind cooperation for the smooth conduct of the conference. Kindly join us tomorrow at 10 a.m. for the second day of our conference. Thank you.